Order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 25th, 2022. My protocol set a different date, threw me off. At least I know what date it
I'll say the 18th. That's right.
Didn't get updated. It's off a week. Yeah.
It's okay. I caught it. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Especially after last week. So with that, I see Rabbi Yvonne Yakar of the Temple Bat Yom online. And so we're going to start off the morning with an invocation, and then I'll follow that and lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning, Rabbi.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Thank you for the honor of providing words of invocation this morning, and thank you all for your efforts on behalf of the citizens of El Dorado County. This week, Jews around the world read the section in Genesis that reminds us of the Tower of Babel. This was the infamous tower with its top in the sky, built to make a name for themselves, the builders. As the ancient story goes, those builders of this tower had their language confounded, so they could no longer work together. In the Jewish literature, we learn about how these builders cared more when a brick fell than when one of their fellow builders plummeted from the heights. It was a vain endeavor that left no room to have care, concern, and compassion for others. In a moment in time, when hatred, bigotry, divisiveness, and acutely for the Jewish community, anti-Semitism are all increasing, we must do more to care more for each other than the building blocks used to make a name for ourselves. This is the time when each of us, all citizens of our county and beyond, led by this Board of Supervisors and others, must be value forward. Now is the time for us to recognize that human connections, filled with care, compassion, and concern for all, must be the building blocks of our society, rather than monuments to our individual goals. May this board continue forward as models for our county and beyond of the best of our human values. May we conduct ourselves in ways that build a compassionate and caring society and communities that will be our towers of tolerance rather than bastions of bigotry. We pray, Hamakom, may the one who is ever present grant each of us the ability to live up to being our best, to foster the environment for the best of our humanity, inclusive of all, and to ensure that hatred and bigotry find no sanction in our county and beyond. And I invite us all to say together, Amen.
Amen.
Thank
That
you,
was
Rabbi.
incredible. That was
Yes.
incredible.
Very, very
Thank you.
inspiring.
Wow.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thanks, Evan.
And with that, will everybody please stand and join me for the pledge? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. District 2, do you have any changes?
No changes.
District 3,
No changes?
District 1,
No changes.
District 5.
No changes.
Do I need to check in with the CIO's office? Any changes?
No changes.
Very good. Okay, with that, we'll take a public comment on the consent calendar, Kim.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, Chris.
I just wanted to get a good morning from you. Thank you, Chair. I have a comment on 3 and 4. On 3, I am supportive of signing a letter for this for SMUD related to its hydrogen forest biomass to carbon negative biofuels pilot program. I've been looking for our county to complete its work and at least get one of the sites opened up. I do talk to Greg Stanton periodically in my participation with the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council. There's a report towards the end of the meeting where, in fact, I was the last one to say anything, but Greg had given me a summary of what's going on in the biomass cogeneration efforts of El Dorado County, and that helped me then pass that on to the Fire Safe Council participants. But I do hope you do support SMUD in this endeavor. Item 4. I was surprised to see this item because I thought Vicki had already gotten her position as the appointment as the JPA Deputy Chief Executive Officer, of which as I go to those meetings periodically, Supervisor Heidel being there, Vicki does a great job, Supervisor Heidel. I think you would support that idea in her knowledge because she's been involved with this Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor for so long. Her knowledge is as much, if not more than most people that are involved today. There's been a lot of changes over the years. So anyway, I do support item 4 in your appointment of Vicki Sanders, Park Manager, to this position of JPA Deputy Chief Executive Officer. And I do hope you sign the reimbursement agreement with the JPA. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. First of all, I'd like to thank the rabbi for his prayer this morning. Having studied the Pentateuch and Haftorah for 6 years, I found his invocation particularly relevant. I am addressing item number 7 on the agenda, which has to do with IT messaging records retention. This was a subject that was brought up at yesterday's Taxpayers Association meeting. In fact, it was Chris Payne who made a comment referring to this consent agenda item when discussion ensued about the county not responding to Public Record Act requests, particularly those such as in the case of the Dean Getz versus the County of El Dorado, which resulted in $115,000 check that had to be cut by Joe Harn. Apparently, getting records from the county, according to the Freedom of Information Act and the Public Record Act request, my concern is particularly how this agenda item affects the response to Public Record 4944-092622, which has to do with all of the emails and records pertaining to the Taxpayers Association, to Don Ashton, and the Board of Supervisors. And this would include all of Todd White's correspondence as well. There has been no response from Tanya DiGiorno in regard to what happened to all of those records. And again, it seems to me and to other people that the laws are being changed in regard to the records retention, which would prohibit the collection of such records in response to Public Record Act requests. I think an explanation is in order as to the rationale behind these changes to the records retention policy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, County Council, can you give a brief response to Ms. Lane as to why we're changing our retention policies? And we've been talking about this for a long time, but can you wrap it in a
Yeah,
brief?
sure. I think it's probably important to make clear that the major change to the county's records retention policy took place back in June when the board adopted a policy revision that imposed the 10-year timeframe for retention of electronic communications. So that has already been adopted and in effect. The changes today I would characterize as more of a cleanup intended to conform the policy to our recent transition to M365 by more specifically referencing Microsoft Chat and Microsoft Teams network. Again, the primary change imposing a 10-year records retention policy for emails took place. It was adopted back in June and I believe took effect shortly thereafter.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Okay, with that, Kim, would you read back what we're approving today?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes noted on the addendum. Continue item 21 to February 7th, 2022, and continue item 24 off calendar.
Madam Chair, I'll move the item.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Very good. Passes unanimously. Okay, with that, we will move on to our only department matter today, number 18.
Item number 18 comes from Supervisor Heidel, recommending the board, 1, discuss adopting and implementing the National Conflict Resolution Center's Code of Civil Discourse, and 2, direct staff to return to the board within 45 days with a new board policy to address the implementation of the code for all boards, commissions, and committees.
So let me provide a little backdrop on this. On Thursday, September 29th, several of us were invited to an activity that was called Bridging Divides El Dorado. It was held down at the Cameron Park CSD, largely represented by county employees and the public, businesses, et cetera. We had separate sections, but there was probably about 60 people in attendance. I'm guessing something like that. It might have been 80, but a large group of people. And the primary theme is, with all of the divisiveness across the United States and our state and our county, how do we bring people back together to be civil to one another and really take the appropriate actions based upon good constructive dialogue? And so while we have some separate assignments, we broke into groups and each group got some assignments and there's some follow-up activities. And so there'll be more to come from that. One of the major takeaways that I got out of that was this example of the Code of Civil Discourse that they recommend be considered for use in various public places such as city councils, board of supervisors, et cetera. And so I thought, this really, I think, can help us set the tone of what we expect from the public, what we expect from ourselves in terms of how we interact with people. And I think the last one on this of the 5 bullets is probably the most characteristic of what we're looking for. We will avoid personal attacks or other tactics that distract attention from the salient issues. So let's stay focused on the issues. We don't need to do name calling, et cetera, et cetera. So my hope was the board could have a discussion. If we decide this is a value, we could look at it, amending the policies would be a second step. We've asked as part of this item, we come back in like 45 days. But ultimately, the purpose of this would be to display it, hopefully in the conference rooms, for the planning commission, for here, like our core competencies, to put in there. This is the Code of Civil Discourse. This is what we expect. There's some history I want to share with this too. Cindy is actually back in Washington, D.C. touring and stuff, and she went by the George Washington Monument. And she noted that George Washington established rules of civility at the age of 16. And we can all reflect the history of what was going on when our forefathers started creating various legislative actions and stuff. But it turns out that George Washington, at the age of 16, copied down the rules of civility and decent behavior in company and conversation. Probably as a penmanship exercise, the rules featured 110 precepts on etiquette, originally composed by French Jesuits in 1595. Some seem silly to us today. Others speaks to an era when humility, consideration, and discretion marked the standards for gentlemanly conduct. Although it is impossible to know how deeply Washington took these rules to heart, there are many occasions when he put them into action. And so we have a history of trying to emphasize civility amongst one another. And that's what I was hoping to have is a little bit of discussion if we think this is significant enough to move towards trying to make it a policy and capture it that way for committees and commissions as well as the Board of Supervisors. So that's what the request is, consideration.
Thank you. Do you mind if I speak?
Since Supervisor Novosel has literally no button now, she went from a broken button to no button. Let's start with you. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Years ago, we brought forth to this board the idea of good governance and how important that is. And I think that's been an important tenet of our rules and being respectful towards each other. It doesn't mean that civil discourse is not an important part of our society, but it needs to be respectful in that we have issues we need to discuss. It's very hard to do if you're being attacked. And that's just not the way civil discourse should work. And so on the good side of that, I think that's important. And I thank you so much for bringing this, Supervisor Heidel, to us, because it is important, and we have lost a lot of that. We have started thinking that yelling and screaming and shouting is a part of civil discourse, and it shouldn't be. What should be is respectful conversation where we can look for those nuggets of truth and values that we can all embrace. We can have different opinions, but if we can embrace the truths that our founding fathers obviously thought were important, I think that says a lot. So I think this is wonderful. I think it would be great to not only be able to put these up on our boards, but to have them up in our offices and to make sure that each department understands that this is an important part of government, of how we run a government, is to use that civil discourse as a positive, as talking about issues that are important and understanding that we all have different opinions and embracing that, because that is the importance and is part of who we are as Americans. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I was so sorry that I was out of the country during the Bridging the Divide. I would have liked to have
Yes.
attended that, and I'm so glad that we had a strong representation there. It's a really important conversation. And I appreciate the simplicity of what you've brought before us. I think it gets to the heart of some of the major roadblocks to our society being able to hold tough issues within a community and deal with them productively. And I appreciate that it states that, you know, we welcome a diversity of opinion. We are never going to agree on every issues, and we shouldn't expect that we have to agree on issues in order to talk about them and to work through them productively. And I think this addresses this. I like the reminder that listening attentively to each other is not to compromise our own values and viewpoints, but it deepens and enriches our understanding of the complexity of issues so that once again, we can most productively deal with them. I like that it encourages us to articulate our own viewpoints fairly and simply so that they can be heard. And that, as you state, both Supervisor Novosel and Heidel, that when we get into mudslinging and when we deal with each other at that level, we do a great disservice to our community and to the heavy issues that we are tasked with working through. So I fully support this, and I think it will be a helpful reminder to everyone, and look forward to seeing how we incorporate that into our good governance. But I think you're on the right track here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You got anything?
No.
All right, so I'm on the complete opposite side of this. And there's a lot of reasons why, and you guys aren't going to want to hear them, but I have to be brutally honest.
You wanna hear 'em.
Well, no,
We
no,
do wanna
you
hear
really
it. You got the
don't,
voice of
because
opinion, right?
I'm
Okay.
not gonna be very, you're not gonna like to hear what I have to say. So Supervisor Heidel, first of all, are you intending this just for commissions and committees? Are you intending this for the public? Because we cannot control what the public says or does. And did you check in with county council on this before you brought it?
No, the action is to see if the board has receptiveness to move forward with it. Then we will check with county council. So. yes.
Okay, so we already have a good governance handbook. And
Mhm.
when you look through it, these principles are basically in here. We've already had this.
Not in the same context and not displayed in the board. chambers
Exactly.
or the
I
committee
don't think
chambers.
that we should have another set of rules out there separately to follow. I just don't. We already have this. And I'm going to be quite blunt here. In my mind, it's up to the chair to run our meetings.
Mhm.
And if we've already had these principles and we've failed, last year I was verbally attacked during a board meeting, and we already had rules in here to say that we should be respectful and not attack each other. And yet, as chair, you failed to stop that attack on me. And I was mentally scarred by it, by the way, just so you know.
Okay.
I still am.
The enforcement is the issue, right?
Well, if you have a chair that can't enforce what we already have, why would you add more? These are common courtesy
It's a
things.
clarity item is what it is, but.
I do not support this at all. I think you're adding more. When we already have this. I don't like it at all. Maybe we need to review the good governance handbook more often together as a group, perhaps. But I don't want another document that we have to follow. I'm sorry, this is not a good idea. And then the public is going to say, oh, you guys need to do this, and oh, you need to do this. The public already criticizes us for so many things. I don't want another list out there for them to attack us on. I'm just tired of it, quite honestly. And I think we all know how to behave like adults, I would hope. I mean, this is intended for us, isn't it?
It's intended for everyone present in these chambers.
Okay, county council, can you help me out with how, can we do this? Can we impose rules on how the public behaves?
Well, to an extent, yes. I mean, as we've discussed before, there are certain rules of conduct that can be imposed as a means of curtailing disruptions to your board meetings. Whether, how far you can go in that regard, that obviously does raise some issues regarding the public's right to express their opinions as embodied by the First Amendment, and specifically in the Brown Act, allowing the public to criticize all five of you, pretty much everybody sitting up here. I think we certainly would want to consider, how strongly these could be imposed if the board provides direction to adopt them. I think it's important to note I haven't looked at all the jurisdictions that have adopted it in some way, but I did look at the County of San Diego's adoption of this, and it was part of a broader revision to their rules of conduct in board meetings. As I think you all are aware from speaking with colleagues and just reading news articles, the County of San Diego was going through a real period of turmoil with some violently racist comments that were made during the course of board meetings. And they felt they needed to take some real severe steps in order to curtail that. And as part of that, they did adopt this code of civil discourse, but only as, I believe, an aspirational goal for how discourse would be held within the board chambers. I think that would be for you to discuss, kind of how far you might want to go if there is a desire to adopt it. If it is somewhat along the lines of what the County of San Diego did as a statement of a goal to which the board would aspire and to which they would encourage the public to adhere, something short of a discrete rule of conduct that you might impose, I think that certainly would create fewer issues as far as violating one's rights to participate in the meetings. And that's certainly something we could look at. If the board wants to move forward with this, we can provide you guidance on kind of how far the board could go in adopting such rules of civil discourse.
Anybody have any thoughts? Like I said, we can't stop the public from name calling at us.
Absolutely
They
not.
have the First Amendment and they're going to stand on it. And honestly, I think that the people that do come up here and spew hateful things at us and name calling, it's a reflection on them, quite honestly. And I think we handle that quite well. I think that we listen to them. We've done a good job of that. We don't engage with them. And I think they look foolish, quite honestly. And it's on the public record. I mean, that's on them. And we can't stop them. We can stop disruptions, and we've done a good job of that. I think this year we've done a pretty good job of being civil to each other, and I've appreciated that. Last year was not a good year, and I think we already have the rules. I went through our good governance handbook, and it's already in here. I don't want another document, so I won't support this at all. If you guys want to look at the good governance handbook maybe next year and make some changes and tweaks, I think that's the better way to go. It's already here. So Supervisor Novosel, you don't have a button, but I see your red flag over there.
No, and I appreciate what you said, Lori, and I strongly believe because of us having conversations in good governance that it's made a difference in this board. And no, we're not perfect individuals. I've been a part of all this, discourse in the past, and I think we all have. We tend to forget or, lose our temper, whatever. But I think what this does is just, again, for me, it's not a rule, it's a guideline, is how I think of it. And a guideline is that you endeavor, as it says here, we endeavor to treat each other with respect. We endeavor to promote, fair and respectful conversation. That's all it is. To me, it's not something that, is set in stone. It's just something I would like us all to remind ourselves of, as I do, similar to what my rabbi just said, is when we do things that are not correct, sometimes the best thing we can do is just be able to reflect upon those words and what is happening. And I think when you have it written in your boardroom, when you have it as a statement of where you would like to go, I think it helps. And I just think this is very helpful. Not saying it's another rule. So I know you look at it differently.
I like it. Did the CAO actually push a button, or was that an accident?
I actually pushed it.
Oh!
gosh, okay. CAF.
I was a little slow on it. I just wanted to add to Chair Parlin's statement regarding the good governance document. Staff are in the process of bringing a contract forward to the board in December for a consultant to review our strategic plan, but we've also included an item to review the good governance document. So there will be an opportunity there in the beginning of the year. That's all.
Good.
Spot to go.
Perfect.
Right.
Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, I appreciate the conversation, and I think one of the challenges and the blessings of the Brown Act is that we have to have these conversations in public. We can't just sit around a table and hash them out and then bring it forward, you know, in a perfect package. And so that's a good thing. I sure understand your, I believe I understand your perspective, Chairman Parlin, that that I agree that I don't see this as an enforcement tool. And I agree that that could be problematic. Absolutely. As Supervisor Novacell stated, I see it more as a reminder and something that I like the idea of as aspirational document. I also fully agree that it is the role of the chair to foster a productive atmosphere in the board chamber. And you've done a beautiful job at this. And the effectiveness and the way we've been able to move through some difficult issues is proof of that. And so I see this as a separate thing to fostering a productive atmosphere. It's just a helpful tool. But perhaps rather than having a separate document, I think we're all kind of could be on the same page here in the fact that maybe we use the process where we review our good governance handbook, and then through the salient points that are already there on rules of good governance, that we then create a document that we put on our wall that simplifies and summarizes those points that is integrated into our handbook rather than a separate document. And that going through the good governance process would allow for an even richer dialogue than we can have in 10 or 15 minutes.
I don't really want any more stuff on our wall, you guys. I'm just telling you, I don't think it's necessary. And honestly, the public uses it against us all the time when they point over at the wall right now.
Okay.
It's like, I don't need another thing for the public to point out that we're not doing right. I think it's within ourselves. And I appreciate, you know, a reminder maybe to ourselves in the mornings or something about it, reminding the chair, hey, help us with this. But I don't want another thing for the public to be pointing at us. You know, we don't need that. It's on ourselves. And Tiffany, thank you for pointing that out, that we'll have that opportunity. To me, it belongs in here. It's and I honestly, I thoroughly enjoy our invocations in the morning. I just find that the words are always so uplifting and meaningful to help us get through our day. So I just don't think we need another piece of stuff on the wall to remind us of what to do.
Well, to wrap up my comments here, I would find it helpful for us in the process of the good governance to drill down kind of a aspirational pledge this simply, and maybe have it in one page in our good governance handbook.
And it's already in here on page, it's on page, I hope I have the most recent version, but September 2021, I hope. It's on page 11 of 27. It's rules of engagement. I mean, it's already in here. We can just supplement that perhaps.
And tweak it. Yeah, I like the simplicity of this. And so I look forward to having that dialogue in context of our good governance handbook.
Which will be, I guess, next year sometime.
Yes, it should be in the beginning of the year. And I will make sure to forward this, however it transpires, to the consultant so that he can hear this conversation.
You're not listening to our every word. Very good. Thank you for that. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that probably 0.5% maybe of the people who attend these public meetings know what the board policy manual contains. They don't read it. They don't see it. When you talk about committees and commissions the public that comes to those meetings, they have no idea what's in the board policy manual. There is no clear objective standard that we're setting for the way we conduct business when you enter into an environment like a boardroom. So to me, it has value. And I'm not trying to clutter every segment of the wall with something. To me, this is a significant statement. It's a very summary content of what we believe we should be following and what we believe the public should be following. But it's not obligatory. It says we will avoid personal attacks. It doesn't say we will not allow personal attacks, right? So when those things happen, what is the appropriate response? That's the part we need to talk about in the good governance manual, because right now, again, there is no enforcement of anything. So how do we do that? So I'm looking forward to that discussion, but I do think it's important to have the discussion on the good governance. And you said the time frame was when? To bring that?
Early next year, we'll be doing that.
Okay, so I'm willing to, basically just continue this or whatever till after we've talked about because the intent here was to put it in the 2 policy statements that we already have. One that deal, and it's a board policy manual, not the good governance manual, but it deals with how we conduct business in very short statements as a board, and how the commissions and committees conduct their business. That's where we thought it would be added as a policy statement, so everybody knows it's part of a policy. Because again, I don't think committees and commissions really, any of them understand what's in our board good governance manual, right? We have multiple manuals that say somewhat the same things, but are substantially different in their purpose. So that was the reason for bringing it up. But I'm not, bent over on doing this. I think the discussion is important. And if we decide not to do it, we had the dialogue. But I think from the public's perspective, it would be better if we established a visual standard of when people come into a room, what we are going to do to avoid conflict. Listen intently, have the tough dialogue, but avoid personal attacks and those kinds of conflictive situations that they're just not appropriate anywhere in our society, but they happen. So
again, though, I'm just concerned because you keep saying for the public, and it's like we really have very little, in my understanding, at least the way that our county council has been interpreting the First Amendment on, yeah, we can stop them from doing disruptions, and we've done a good job of that, I think. But other than disruptions, we can't control what they say.
right.
And so,
There's nothing here that says that.
right, I know. And so I don't know why you
We
keep
will
saying for
avoid-
how the public's going to behave. We can't control the public's
Sets a
behavior.
standard of what we expect from people and we expect from ourselves when we're present together in a constructive dialogue. That's all it is.
I have no expectations of the public because we can't control it. We can't enforce
Not
anything.
controlling them. It's about them.
I guess
understanding
I'm one
our
of those
intent.
people, I don't believe in making up rules that you can't enforce because we have so many of them. And it's frustrating then when
This is a
people point to
guideline. This
them.
is just a guideline, asking people to please be respectful of each other. That's all.
Yeah.
It's literally, that's what it's saying here. Please try to
Hmm.
be respectful. We're going to try. We're going to endeavor.
Well, we
Doesn't say we
will,
must
we
or
will,
else.
we will model that, the behavior that we want to see.
We,
Absolutely.
but I agree with, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well,
I
I'm
agree
going to
with-
be quite honest. You're not going to be here next year. I'm just keeping it real. You're not going to be here next year when we do this exercise. So I
Oh, so you
appreciate,
don't want me to talk right now? Okay.
well,
All
you're
right.
the one
I'll
that
just-
actually
I'll
talked
just
to me
share my
last
thought
year.
right now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Oh, don't start, Sue, please.
Man,
Don't start.
stop, please.
No,
Calm
I don't
down.
stop.
Yeah.
I've got this. Stop. See, this is fun. All right, so let's get some public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ryan Carter, City of Placerville. This is a phenomenal document. I want to thank Supervisor Heidel for bringing this. Chair Parlin, thank you also for your comments. I honestly had not even thought about this as a set of rules. Aspirational document, I think, is exactly what this should be, and I appreciate you bringing this up. I think all of us should absolutely try in all manner of our life to follow this document. So thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good morning again, board. Adopted in 1791 was freedom of speech. It's part of our Constitution. I think what just happened with the Board of Supervisors themselves in terms of your behavior was what this is all about. How can you expect the public to behave, to be civil with so much contention, even about discussing this item? Supervisor Novosel, please participate, because that's what I expect of you. Supervisor Heidel, I know you want to be a referee because you have that characteristic, but I think it comes down to you as individual board members to be respectful of each other. And obviously there's a disagreement as to the importance of this item. I do have a motion for you. I believe you should continue this discussion. Don't drop it. So in the motion would be to continue the discussion as incorporated in the review of good governance, which is going to happen after the first of the year. I think there's plenty of information on the internet, which I just brought up a lot of information to the subject. And I think if you go back in history, and you know how much I love history, you can see that this goes back to early times, that it's always been in some form. This is not a policing type of document. This is more in how people should get together. And having been involved with the Board of Supervisors for as long as I have, I've seen the ugliness that can happen, as well as some of the good things that can happen, especially when you're promoting or having a proclamation about somebody who's done some past work that we all can appreciate as a community. My notion on this item is that it can be folded into good governance, should be, and you should take both documents and do a comparative study to make sure that all of the elements, which I agree with, are included in our good governance. Those are my thoughts for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning, board. Andy Nevis, Shingle Springs. I also, echoing the comments of the chair, I have some concerns with this, mostly because I've seen these kind of codes, not necessarily here, but in other jurisdictions, used as a tool to, frankly, silence the public or tell them that they shouldn't be upset. And I personally believe if the public is upset about something, we should hear that. That's okay. The question then becomes how do leaders respond to that? And I think that's where your good governance manual comes in. I don't know that it's the intent. I don't believe it's the intent of this board to silence anybody, but I have seen these types of documents used in the past as a tool for censorship. Respect. When you say something like, we will be respectful to each other, obviously we all agree with that. But sometimes passionate disagreement can be misconstrued as disrespect, and then people try to shut down the disagreement because they deem it disrespectful. Again, I don't think that's your intent, but that's my concern here. So I guess I would agree with Chris. I think a review of the good governance policy would be in order, and maybe matching that up with these. I'll also add, I took a course through the Institute of Local Government about how to handle, I forget what the exact title was, but it was basically about how to deal with passionate members of the public. And it was a great course. I think a lot of it really has to do with just acknowledging their concerns and their passion. And when members of the public see somebody that's listening, they're more willing to, to get to a solution, or at least understand where you're coming from. But if we try to tell them up front, oh, you can't be upset, you can't call us names, that's just going to get more bottled up. So I guess with all that said, I appreciate what we're trying to do here, but I'm not quite sure this is the right way. I think, putting it into your good governance policy is, working with what you already have is probably the best way to go. I don't think a poster on the wall is really gonna do much of it. Anyways, thanks for the discussion.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. First of all, I'm very concerned about what I've just heard on here. By now, you know that I may not be politically correct, but I am biblically correct. I have a moral duty as a Christian patriot to expose the works of evil and darkness to the light of truth, according to Ephesians 5:11. It is better to obey God rather than man, and it has been apparent that the government has set itself up as a false god. In 2009, Compass to Truth was founded upon the preamble to the Brown Act, which states, the people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. You can't escape the fact that El Dorado County is experiencing a radical abrogation of the authority of the Constitution and the sovereignty of the people. Rules of conduct or good governance policies do not supersede the First Amendment rights of citizens. It should interest you to know that applause is a form of expression protected by the First Amendment. County Council's interpretation of the First Amendment, however, is just an opinion, not law. The Board of Supervisors has demonstrated their gross disrespect for constituents on many occasions, including today. Lori Parlin routinely demonstrates her dictatorial reign by gross disrespect for her oaths of office, the Brown Act, and the First Amendment rights of the public. Citizens bringing their petitions before the Board of Supervisors for redress of grievances are rudely cut off in mid-sentence, and their inquiries are left unanswered. Furthermore, censorship is against the good governance policy and core values of integrity, accountability, and service excellence. And who can forget when Todd White called me a bitch, a trashy whore, and go F yourself in the presence of George Turnbull at a taxpayers meeting. Don't add any more to the Constitution or the God-given rights of the public. Keep it simple and stick to the Constitution.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I'm bringing it back to the board. Oh, Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, based upon the discussion, I would like to make a motion, if there's no additional discussion, we continue this to the good governance workshop that's planned first part of next year. We can discuss it more thoroughly with respect to what is in a good governance manual and other things, and then decide the appropriate use of it. I think that's the takeaway here. And we'll be following up, obviously, with other activities associated with bridging divides in El Dorado. So I just want to let people know as they come up with things that I think are significant takeaways, I am going to bring them to this board for these kinds of discussions. I think this is important to have this opportunity to really look at what other people are doing. Is this make sense for us or not? If it doesn't, we don't go there. If it does, we incorporate it in the proper manual or policy statement or whatever it is. But I think the more we emphasize the fact that we're here to listen intently, to respect one another, to be civil with one another, the more opportunity we'll have for better discussions, better dialogue. Because when the emotions kick in, the brain kicks out for the most part, right? You lose rational thought when emotions kick in too high. So I think that's what this is trying to accomplish in part, but that's just my interpretation. So
I'll second that with a comment that I was voted in until January, and I will not give away my ability to vote for what I feel is right on this board to continue forward, no matter what the chair says. Thank you.
And I'm going to ask that you stop making comments under your breath then to undermine the conversation. Supervisor knows that you do it all the time and you don't even realize it. And I think that's one of our bigger problems.
Really?
Yeah, earlier. We'll talk offline, okay?
Yeah,
Because you
please.
and I have a thing, I think we always have. And we'll talk offline. But there's one of our problems. Supervisor Turnbull has a comment.
No, John, thanks for bringing that up. I mean, there's been a lot of things that have happened and stuff, and there's been a lot of attacks towards me even. But you know, what gets me through is reading Psalm 27. Psalm 27 gets me through the day. I read it every morning and every night. When people come against me, I have God backing me. I don't want to talk about because we're not supposed to, but like I say, we need to be more respectful towards each other. That's one of the biggest things that we need to do. And I feel that, thanks, John, for bringing this up. We can discuss this, you know, when we have our new governance, we can add it or take it away. But I just feel that all of us need to work on certain things too. You know, so I just want to say that, you know, thank you for bringing that up, John. Appreciate it.
So I'm going to ask county council, instead of continuing this, is there a better way to frame it? Just to ask that we include this in our conversation of the good governance workshop? Is continuing it the right way to approach it, I guess, is, you know what I mean? Does it?
I think, yeah, typically when an item's continued, it comes back in that
Right.
precise form. I think what Supervisor Heidel is suggesting, that this conversation maybe deferred is a better way of phrasing it. But I think it's pretty clear that Supervisor Heidel is suggesting that this not be dropped, but rather be revisited at some future point. I don't know if you have an opinion, Tiffany, on how best to phrase that motion.
Well, I just want to clarify that it's within the context of the strategic plan, right? So we're bringing a consultant forward to discuss the county's strategic plan. And within that phase 2, there is an item to discuss the good governance document. I'm looking at the draft scope right now, and it says discuss with the Board of Supervisors good governance protocols. So, and we're targeting December 6th to bring that item. So I think if you want to just solidify direction to staff to include that, which it already has been, but
Yeah, that's why I was
that
thinking
would be
more
sufficient.
direction to staff instead of continue the item, because we don't want to keep this as a separate item. We want to include it when we have that conversation.
That's in December, you said?
the contract's coming December
Contracts in
6th.
December.
And then we'll have a kickoff shortly thereafter. And I will forward this item to the consultant.
I'm willing to withdraw the motion and, you know, basically direct it to staff, but I don't want to just lose it in the cycle. That's all. So.
Or maybe perhaps a recommendation would be that we amend the motion to continue our discussion of a code of civil discourse in conjunction with a review and update of our good governance manual.
Yeah.
Or
It's not taking this exact board item, but it's weaving this conversation into our review and update of our strategic plan, our good governance update manual.
right. I was thinking of making it really simple. So just, you know, number one, of course, we did the discussing it. And then number two, just direct staff to include the code of civil discourse in our conversation when we have our good governance workshop. I was thinking of making it that direct and simple to make sure it's in
Pretty much
there.
what I said, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. We don't need a motion per se. If we direct staff, that's an alternative.
Well, actually,
method to do it.
I'm because with our new CAO coming and everything, I'm trying to get direction to
Clarity.
staff in our meeting minutes. I think it's a good thing so that no matter who's here or not here, it's in our meeting minutes. So I've been working with the CAO to help remind me to get things in our meeting minutes because they do get lost if they're not there.
Good idea.
And I think it's good for continuity. So
Original.
Well, no, we're changing it to, so we've obviously, what I proposed was discussing and adopting. We're not going to adopt. We have a discussion. But basically, I'm making the motion to direct staff to continue this conversation as part of the planning for the good governance workshop, so that we can determine the appropriate place to either incorporate this kind of a code or not. So just to continue it to that.
so instead of saying continue that, because that's like a formal thing to continue the item, can we just say to include the code of civil discourse in our
We
conversation?
can, I said direct staff as the operative
Right.
terms, right?
To include the code of civil discourse in our good governance workshop.
That's fine.
And I will amend my
That's really,
second.
yeah, if that works, because then that's really clear that we are directing staff to include this in our conversation.
That's fine. That helps.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm all for clarity. It's just how
Yeah.
different people interpret it. So
yeah. Kim, do you have what it is?
Original motion was Supervisor Heidel first, Supervisor.
Yes, and I'll amend that.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
That's right.
That's right. You
That's
seconded.
right.
I'm
Right.
sorry. Yes, perfect.
That's fine.
And then basically I have the motion is to direct staff to include the code of civil disclosure, excuse me, discourse during the good governance workshop.
That's, I
That's
think,
it.
short.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's really direct. So, okay, so we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. All right, good conversation. Our next item is not till 10. So we can't squeeze anything in, I don't think. So we're just going to take a quick break.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, very good. We're going to move on to our 10 a.m. time allocation item number 19, Kim.
Item number 19 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive a presentation provided by the Chief Executive Officer of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments on the 2024 blueprint scenario for our region.
I'm going to jump in here for a quick second, Chair Carlin. Listen,
Hold on, James. Yeah.
I just would like to welcome you, James, on behalf of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. As the SACOG rep and Lori as the alternate, it's just our pleasure to see you up in our county. And Lori and I had the privilege of being with you and the staff at this year's Cap to Cap on one of your study missions, which was just such a really inspiring trip, and gave a kind of a deeper look into all of the issues that SACOG deals with. So really look forward to the discussion today on our planning steps for the future, and just thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Thomas. Thank you, members of the board. Real pleasure to be here. James Corliss, Executive Director of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments.
Oh, sorry, James. That microphone went off.
There's
I'm
a red button.
sorry.
Press the button on the microphone.
See the
base
red
of it.
on the mic? Yeah,
All those
there.
green. There you go.
Okay.
Much
Didn't
better.
notice
Let's
that.
try it
Sorry.
again. We'll start again. James Corliss, Executive Director of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. I think I have a PowerPoint that's excellent. Fantastic. Okay. Pleasure to be with you this morning. I wanted to walk through, really give you an update. This actually is part of we're going out to every board of supervisors and every city council in the region and just giving you all, checking in, letting you know a little bit about the work that we're doing, and giving you a preview for really next year in 2023 and how important this next update to the 6-county long-range plan will be. I want to say first and foremost, because I'm anticipating a couple of your questions, it's great to have Woody DeLoria here from the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. We work very closely with Woody, an excellent partner, and Woody's work and EDCTC's work feeds into all of our work generally and our long-range plan in particular. So I just want to acknowledge his work, but also our partnership as well. So one of the things that we're tasked with as a 6-county regional metropolitan planning agency is to update a long-range plan for the entire 6 counties every 4 years. And the last time we did this was 2020. So we adopted that plan. And so our next adoption schedule is 2024. And in this time around, we really want to actually take a bit of a step back and ask the questions. This plan will now go out to the year 2050, if anybody can actually imagine the year 2050. It's a 25-year plan. And we want to ask the questions, what is life going to be like in this region in 2050? And what kind of a trajectory are we on in terms of growth, development, housing, infrastructure, jobs, and everything else? And that really is the purpose of the long-range plan. The long-range plan is, and I'll talk a little bit about this, it's a fiscally constrained document. In other words, it is not a wish list. We can't put every single transportation project in there, nor can we just add up all your general plans and put them in there. That's not what the plan is about. It's really more a strategic plan. I'll say a little bit more about that in a second. So I want to give you this morning an update on this plan process, give you a bit of a sense of what it is and a preview for what we want to do next year, which is a lot of public engagement and outreach across all 6 counties. And we want to engage your county and your residents, absolutely. Then I want to give you some highlight on some of the projects that we're working on, some of the initiatives that are sort of the short-term, in many ways, implementation of the plan. So just a reminder, at SACOG, you're represented well by Supervisor Thomas on the board and Supervisor Parlin as the alternate. Every single county and city is on the board of directors of SACOG. And that is unusual for a regional planning agency this big, covering this much area. Usually everybody rotates. And in fact, it used to be that way 20 plus years ago at SACOG. But because of actually the effort that we made around the blueprint, bottom-up voluntary growth commitment in 2004, every local government wanted to join the board. And back then, the folks who preceded me said, that's a great idea. And honestly, I think it's one of our strengths. Yeah.
How many people are actually, how many?
So at 31 board members.
What?
Yeah, it's a big one.
It's a cluster.
We, yeah.
And they're all
Actually, no, it's not.
They're all voting
James
members?
does.
All voting.
All
We have
voting.
one non-voting. Caltrans District 3 is a non-voting member. Every other jurisdiction is a voting member. So we have everybody from Sacramento County to Ileton, Colfax, and Live Oak,
Holy cow.
and Placerville and El Dorado County, and everybody in between, right? And you might think, well, that's pretty big and unwieldy, but I think it actually works really well, because everybody is there, and you come to committees and then the full board. So twice a month, you are at the table. You are literally at the table twice a month, working on things that are hard, like the regional housing needs allocation and air quality and climate goals. And I'll mention many of these. But the point is, we're not doing this without you. We are working with you and with all of your jurisdictions. And I think that's pretty unique and special. I used to work in the Bay Area at a similar agency, and they have 18 board members to cover 110 cities, right? So that's the challenge there. In some ways, we're lucky that we have so few incorporated cities in such a big region that everybody can gather around that table. More than 31 might be a challenge. 31 is actually manageable.
And I have to say, because of James's leadership and the SACOG staff, which is excellent, we are able to have really effective board engagement at both the board level and our committee levels. We're able to have difficult, challenging conversations that reflect the diversity of our region and work through hard issues effectively. And it's quite a privilege to serve on the SACOG board. I have to say, it's a very productive process.
Yeah, and I thank you, Supervisor Thomas. I mean, I think we are the place, and then, and again, when my kids ask me what I do, right, and they're like teenagers, it's not like they're little. I have a hard time explaining what SACOG is. Most folks, it's an agency that I know is not a household name, but I do think what is interesting and important about SACOG is it is both bottom up. It encompasses all of your aspirations and your needs and your distinct community characters. We also pass down transportation funding, but we pass down regulations and requirements and mandates from the state and the federal government. I liken it to, if you ever look into the Golden Gate Bridge where the waters roil between the Pacific Ocean and the Bay, that's kind of what we are. We are those turbulent waters, and we manage them as best you can. So you have a voice, right? And so we solve these problems together. And our hope around mandates and requirements is we try to translate those into things that work on behalf of our region, right? And that's a lot of what we do. Is we're not try to be top down or one size fits all. We try to figure out what's best for the region and what can truly work here. And we work very hard in the state capitol to make sure that they don't just pass down one size fits all kinds of requirements. But we actually take hold of those and make them work on behalf of our region. So I have a lot to say about that, but I'll keep going. Well, so I mentioned 2004, the region, the 6 counties worked on this thing called the Blueprint Plan, and it's now sort of nationally recognized. And actually, I was at one of those public exercises about what was the future of the region back in 2004. It was a voluntary effort. It was bottom up. And why did we come together and ask those questions? Because the projections, the trajectory that we were on was not good. Traffic was getting worse. Air pollution was getting worse. People had longer commute times per our projections. So the region got together and said, this is not working. This is not going well. We're off course. We're off track. And I want to say a few things I hope that are slightly provocative this morning, one of which is we're asking ourselves the same question right now. We think it's timely for us to say, what does it look like for us to add up are we phasing infrastructure and housing and land use? Are we going to be stuck in worse traffic in 10 and 20 years? Are our kids going to be able to afford to live here in 10 and 20 years? And we can't answer all of those questions precisely, but we can certainly make an effort. And with a lot of the outreach we plan to do next year, really make sure, again, partnering very closely. El Dorado County Transportation Commission does their transportation plan right along with ours. So it sort of fits right inside this big 6-county plan. But these are really important questions that we have to answer. And we start first with actually growth and development and land use and housing and jobs. That's the first sort of underlying sort of foundational piece of this. And then we try to figure out what's the transportation investments that we can afford because we can't afford our whole wish list, and how does that fit in and make it work with our growth and development? So this is just a slide to tell you that on the left, those are pages being stapled together, which is we're not stapling together and it's not a wish list. And on the right, it's, we're trying to show this is a strategic plan and it's fiscally constrained. That's the pocketbook with cash. I have to tell you what those things actually look like and what they say. And this is one I think, because even a 25-year plan out to 2050, right? What does this region look like? What's the quality of life? What's our ability to move places and live places? And if we have clean air and clean water, and this is where it gets tough, and we have to prioritize, and we can't incorporate all the projects and fund everything. It's a little bit like if you had a house renovation. So think you got a house, you got a growing family, right? You've got more kids on the way, and you need more space, but your roof is leaking and your foundation needs to be fixed, and you can't afford to do a kitchen upgrade, an extension, a new bedroom, and fix everything. That's a little bit of where we find ourselves in as a region. We can't afford actually to do all of those things. So how do we get a little bit more space for a growing family, but within our budget also fix the roof and fix the foundation? Because if we don't do that, that's going to come back and bite us. It's a little bit of an anecdote, but it's a little bit of the fiscal constraint. Oh, there you go. There's the animation. Yeah. All right. That's the fiscal constraint that is the strategic piece of this and the prioritization piece. We have a triple bottom line framework that we've adopted for this plan that I'll say more a little bit about. The 3 E's: equity, economy, and environment. And that means, and I'll say a little bit more about equity, but basically, can everybody access opportunity? Are there disparities by race, ethnicity, by income, by rural, urban? And how do we actually make sure that we address those disparities because they look different in different counties? What's our economic plan for this region? What's our economic growth strategy? Which clusters are we investing in? And how do we have infrastructure to support that expanding economy? And finally, the environment. How do we have clean air, clean water? Are we prepared for, and I know I don't have to explain this to you, in terms of natural disasters, disaster preparedness, evacuation, right? All of those things roll up into that 30 of economy. So I mentioned we start with growth, but obviously then it's a very important plan in terms of transportation. And this is where we try to right size and match our growth projections with transportation investments and all kinds of transportation investments, right? So as this shows, everything from walking and bicycling to van pools and transit and filling potholes and road and freeway investments. This slide basically is saying that much like the blueprint from 20 years ago, what we intend to do next year is come back out to the region and to the public and engage as many people as we can in looking at 3 different kind of alternative scenarios, if you will, or 3 different pathways. And I mentioned kind of growth and land use and development, but these are the kinds of a little bit harder of a map to see, but dark blue is kind of the existing developed footprint of the region. This is not showing everything, so we're not showing a lot of the rural residential up in your county. But the point is, the question about how we're going to grow and the phasing of growth is really essential. So are we going to be growing a little bit more compactly on our existing urbanized footprint? Are we phasing our greenfield development, or are we leapfrogging development and are we sprawling? And that's as relevant a question today as it was 20 years ago. And those kinds of growth and development patterns are going to be essential to understanding what the kinds of outcomes are that we're going to get out of our long range plan. So we're planning to come back to all of you, back to the region, back to the public next year with these kind of 3 scenarios, and not just show you things like air quality and traffic congestion, but show you a lot of other measures too. How easy will it be for people to access jobs and healthcare and education under different scenarios? So we'll have a lot of data and metrics. And then finally on the plan, this is just our pitch. We're certainly happy to come back around to all the Board of Supervisors and city councils, but we want to engage the public, and we don't want to hold a downtown meeting in Sacramento at 7 p.m. and hope people show up. We want to come to where people are, where your constituents are. So we need your help. Tell us where there are people showing up and that we can engage them, in a informative, fun, relaxing atmosphere. We can understand people's values in there, and we'll be doing this with the EDCTC staff, but really want to get out. We want to get out of our buildings, out of our regular routines of how we do public engagement, and really try to understand and meet your constituents where they are.
quite literally. So would love your help on that. And then just in terms of timing, so 2022 really is the setup year. That's why I'm here. Next year is going to be a lot around these different pathways and these alternative scenarios, a lot of education and outreach, elected official sessions. So we'll be back. You'll be hearing more from us. Don't worry. And then we will be developing what we call a preferred pathway of those three. It is not that we'll pick one. We'll actually be building a preferred pathway to sort of that seems like it is both meeting our regional goals, but also something that can actually, we can actually stand behind and see. We have an adoption date in 2024. I will give you a heads up that we're actively discussing actually extending that adoption date because there's a lot of requirements on us for this plan. One is to reduce carbon emissions from transportation. They're going to be very hard to achieve. If we don't achieve those carbon reductions, we may be ineligible or not competitive for state transportation grants. And so we want to make sure we give the time, A, for engagement on this plan, B, for some implementation purposes. We actually won a federal grant just recently, all 6 counties along with EDCTC to look at innovative forms of mobility, rural car share, rural van pool, right? Trying to connect some of your rural and aging residents. And that's super exciting. We won a federal grant. That's like winning the lottery. It's kind of hard to do, especially for a region like ours. But we want to take the time to actually do that in partnership with you and have some of those projects feed into our plan. So more on that to come. We'll be discussing this. We already have with our board pretty closely. So just a couple of the initiatives that I want to mention. I mentioned equity. We've done a lot of work the last couple of years around disparities and inequities. We're starting with race ethnicity, which I know is not an easy topic to talk about, but if you look at the disparities by transportation, access to jobs, education, we have huge disparities in this region. We're one of the most diverse across the 6 counties. We've just gone to majority people of color in the last census, but we're also one of the regions that had the most disparities by race ethnicity. We know, though, that looks different in different places. And we know that your disparities are also rural versus urban and rural poverty and aging. You have one of the biggest senior populations, right, of any of our counties. And you have a lot of folks aging in place where transportation is going to get harder and harder for them to actually access things. And I want to assure you, while a lot of our equity metrics are already the measures that some of our state funding partners and our federal funding partners are looking at on what they call the transportation disadvantage map federally, right, for federal grants, actually lots of El Dorado County shows up. The county lights up. Why? Because you have a lot of rural areas and rural population that can't access things. But that said, we really need to also understand how a lot of these inequities do still play by race, ethnicity, and by income. And we've invested $3 million in a community planning and engagement program that we're going to try to stand up with our partners to really try to get community organizations, nonprofit organizations to help shape their transportation investments. Sometimes we honestly do things a little bit too top down and projects kind of come from very good people, planners, engineers like ourselves, but we want communities to be able to be engaged in shaping more of their transportation future. So I'm just going to run through a few other initiatives here and then close and get questions if you have any. Another popping way back now from the 6-county region to the 16-county mega region. I probably don't have to tell you that we are increasingly growing together as Northern California economy across 16 counties. You can probably see the license plates from Nevada come through US 50 on a daily basis, right? So these corridors, US 50, I-80, are now really becoming these kind of economic arteries, right? And we're growing closer together with Carson City and Reno and points in between and Tahoe. Well, we've got a mega region working group with our sister agencies in the Bay Area, in San Joaquin County, the Northern San Joaquin Valley. And and this is one thing I think we really need to focus on in the upcoming years, is really kind of uniting our advocacy muscle, if you will, across our larger Northern California region. In this case, we've identified projects to knit together this economic mega region. I-5, I-80, the ACE Rail train is coming up to downtown Sacramento within 18 months, going north actually to the airport, up to we hope Marysville and Chico. But the Capital Corridor, Amtrak from the Bay Area, is also getting connected to Roseville, Auburn, and we're looking at a study to go across the top through Truckee and then over into Reno. So those projects are really important. And I know they don't necessarily touch El Dorado County, but actually I think they benefit El Dorado County. And there's never been more passenger rail money available from the federal government and the state government now. So it's kind of on us to get our advocacy act together, if you will, with our partners in the Bay Area and the Northern San Joaquin
James,
uh,
Valley.
back on that slide.
Yeah.
I don't see TRPA on there or TTD, and you're showing necessarily the Tahoe region. And they are a major part of the regional transportation. They are the MPO for us up on the basin.
Sure.
So are you, because I don't see this incorporation here in the,
Yep.
and that needs to be there.
Well, so here's, I'll tell you, I think where we're at. And by the way, we're taking over as chair of this and starting in January. Where we started was sort of interesting. This was an MOU that was signed in 2015. Just our 3 agencies. So we have 4 elected officials, 4 board members from each of the 3. We have 12 electeds. Before COVID, before Zoom became a thing, we could not get together. We actually could not hold a meeting because it was an all-day event. And invariably people would call in and say, I can't make it today. Zoom allowed us to actually get the 3 agencies together who have signed the MOU and said, okay, we can now meet over Zoom. It's public. It's all available. Anybody can Zoom in. But is there a there? Is there a common cause here, right? And I think we've established the common cause. And so now one of the next questions is, we're working with TRPA. We're working actually with Reno, and we're working with folks further down the Central Valley. Does it make sense to widen the formal MOU, right, and to pull more people in? But certainly
Yeah, 'cause when
very.
you're showing the pink there, which includes Tahoe. And that's necessarily a part of that conversation. They would be pulled in.
And so they're a neighboring MPO. Interestingly, our MPO boundaries stop at the rim because
Right.
they're start, right? But I will say, I mean, Supervisor Novosel, you're making a great point is, and I know we have some leadership turnover there. I don't think we are working closely enough. I'll just say that. I think we could have a stronger partnership. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because this board hears those conversations too. And it's confusing because it is the same conversation.
Yeah.
A lot of the same grants, a lot of the same information, it's transportation, housing, mobile, all how do you get those triple bottom line issues
Yep.
working. And so, I see this as a very common and I would hope that you would incorporate them in these conversations.
And we've actually had some really good, there's been some multiple convenings between the Tahoe Basin and us and the Bay Area because now of what you're seeing. Again, I don't have to explain this to you, but real estate boom and Bay Area folks moving and the traffic that goes back and forth. So
yeah, just that I-50 corridor, the 50 corridor, incredibly important. You are talking about doing a transit system on the North Shore.
Yep.
That will hit Auburn, that's Placer County in that area, but it misses us on the South Shore. So that gives us the unfortunate, what we are stuck with, frankly, is trying to figure out transportation in a very narrow corridor. How do you get people back and forth, which is causing our issues in our county so much. So really important conversation.
Sure.
You bring up a really good point, Supervisor Novosel. Thank you for that reminder, especially with the Beta Basin study that EDCDC did. That was a phenomenal document. It really helps inform a lot of our plans in the future, that recognizing that folks are traveling from the Bay Area up to Tahoe in a very impactful way, and looking at, as we move into the blueprint process, transportation flow from a very comprehensive standpoint. That's a really helpful reminder. Thank you.
Just as a reminder. Thank you.
one of the other, and I really appreciate the point. One of the other things that with a bit of an extension on our plan is actually the ability to coordinate with our partners around our borders. Because what we're seeing is when we don't do that, we sort of don't see
Exactly.
past our borders. And then we actually don't anticipate traffic. We don't anticipate sort of goods movement and truck flows.
Right.
So
Very impactful for Placer, not just Tahoe, but for Placerville, for that entire corridor coming up. So we're having that conversation, and I just want to make sure that we're all included.
Yep. No, we hear you and understand too, that's a big part of in terms of the 50 corridor and our partnership with EDCTC on how do you keep making the traffic flow and the Trip to Green project and emergency evacuation, right?
Yeah,
So
I know that you have SACOG's been very important in conversationless in that. I just want to keep reminding everybody. There's a connection.
No, I think what's actually nice, because this has gelled. So if we said, is there a common cause? I think the answer has been yes, per the map. We have a number of our neighboring MPOs or regional agencies now saying, hey, we'd like to we'd like to join, you know? And frankly, I will tell you, I think Southern California has had its act together more than we have. Like they are way more powerful in the legislature. They're way more powerful in DC, right? And so we sometimes our kind of go it alone, if I will, kind of, you know, it doesn't help us. Like we need to band together when it's important, when there's a strategic rationale
Especially
to do
with the
that.
pressures of transit coming in, it's going to be critical.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. And traffic just doesn't stop at boundaries. Just like we always say, fires don't stop at boundaries.
Right.
We really do have to look at things more regionally and with our neighbors. So that makes sense. So good
Yeah.
idea.
Well, speaking of not stopping at boundaries, this is another one.
There you go.
Yeah.
Another one that we're super excited about, and you all were really important in this. And this is sort of a graphical, you know, almost cartoon version. But I moved here 5.5 years ago, and I sort of could not believe the possibility and the potential for trails. I mean, off-road, bicycling, walking, paved trails to unite the region. So we got a grant from the state. We spent 2 years working with not just 28 cities and counties and EDCTC, but all the reclamation districts, the levy districts, the utility districts and their utility corridors, to look at what it would take to actually be able to connect every community in the 6 counties from the Tahoe Basin all the way down into the Delta, over to Yolo County, up to Yuba Sutter, with a network of connected trails. And if you think about the passenger rail network I just showed you on the previous slide, and people being able to take their bikes on the train and get off and spend 5 days biking through wherever, right? Pick your favorite place. And not having to deal with traffic, families and grandparents and kids feeling safe, right? To get around on a connected network of trails. And you now think about what the e-bikes have done to be able to give people some confidence to get out there. This is a very exciting plan. There is more and more money available for bicycle and pedestrian, especially safe facilities like trails. So this is our setup to now again go try to get and win some money from state and federal funding
So
sources.
I'm just going to beat a dead horse here and say there's nothing on the 50 to up to top.
Oh, there is. If you
You're not
don't,
showing anything.
well, that's a bit of our graphical version. You see Apple Hill in there. That line is supposed to be the 50 corridor all the way up, I assure you.
Okay, because we do have a plan going around the lake that would actually connect your I-80 corridor up there to the 50 of going around Emerald Bay.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of planning going on.
Yeah.
That would really connect it all.
Yeah.
You should get that little yellow line. going all the way around.
We asked them to create something more exciting than a GIS map. And so this is the trade-off of not having a GIS map. But I assure you this gets to Tahoe
Okay, thank you.
through the 50 corridor.
So I want to take the discussion on that same map to the far western end of El Dorado County, El Dorado Hills in the city of Folsom.
Yep.
We started discussions with the city of Folsom about trail connectivity across our boundaries.
Mm.
And evidently there was no plan as to how you do that. There was no integration of it. I'm not sure if that's progressed or not, Vicky, but we met with them and started talking about how do we make sure our trails align so we come from one, particularly with e-bikes and that emphasis. But there was no plan, master plan, if you will, for the region available to our knowledge. So we tried to do it piecemeal. So if there is a plan, it'd be nice to know what it is.
There is now a plan. So Vicky, nice to meet you. Whoever wants to,
So-
we'll share the plan.
Yeah, please, because I think
Because we have to be on the same page with this, and we
Yes.
have to go use this in our advocacy materials. We've got more funding available for these kinds of facilities than ever before, but we can't be on different. So we found that in this work, we found that we had trails that one jurisdiction was planning to its border, assuming that the other one would pick it up where it stopped, and there was no plan to do that.
That's my point.
So
There
it is a
isn't often
patchwork quilt right now.
Discussions across those boundaries
Yeah.
unless there's a regional master plan of some
Yeah,
kind.
this
So
is a
having-
regional master plan, so.
Good.
But we should make sure it's not the best kept secret.
So the other question I have relative to trails is, do you have any influence on what happens on state properties relative to trails?
Well,
'Cause
we
there's
have
been a
our
number of major
collective advocacy
issues.
influence.
Okay, because there is really a lot of concerns with safety on the trails, or opening up the trails for mountain biking that hasn't been opened before.
Mm.
And there's a lot of concerns. There's been near miss incidents and things that are happening, and the big push by a certain group of people that I know very well have been emphasizing safety, and there's no patrols out there. There's no regulation. It just becomes a free for all.
Okay.
So trails in and of themselves are great things.
Sure.
But again, you get back to with no enforcement, is it really helping people, or is it creating more safety hazards than what you had before? So
Sure.
they have to go hand in hand, and somehow that part of it, the enforcement on these trails, hasn't been integrated. So does this master plan talk about that jurisdictional enforcement?
No, honestly, the master plan is literally just how could we unite the region through the trails?
Okay.
I just want to be honest, right? So that's what it was hard enough
All right,
to get hundreds of agencies to get on the same page.
tough challenge.
So I just want to be honest, but we are now looking at doing an implementation plan. So now we have this plan. How do we actually get it accelerated and built and maintained and safe and all the surrounding, do we need a nonprofit organization to take stewardship over it, right? I mean, we're going to be asking these questions.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm wary of time, so I don't want to take up your morning.
You're good. You're good.
So I mentioned the triple bottom line, and I mentioned that economic E. We have a plan that we've been working very closely with the Greater Sacramento Economic Council, the Metro Chamber, Valley Vision, and others to develop an economic prosperity strategy for the region. Again, I may not be shocking you by saying like our economic future cannot be government. Can't be public sector. It has to be something different. And it's actually we've had some people come out here 2019 and give us kind of a stress test of our economy. And by the way, those racial and ethnic disparities show up in that stress test, right? Those disparities that are economic show up in that stress test. Essentially what they said is, Sacramento region, think patient and the doctor's talking to you. You look really good on the outside, but you've got some underlying health issues you need to take care of. And these are these disparities. But there's some good news in here too. We have a very strong food and ag sector. So, I mean, think Apple Hill. And again, I don't have to tell you all about that, and not just growing, right? But all the spinoff economic benefits of ag and ag tech. And we are an agricultural region, and more, we've got some economic potential in those, health and life sciences and biotech. And third, and finally, and not last but not least, the future of mobility. So we're actually right in the, however you think about it, we're in the epicenter of a state that is moving towards clean vehicles and electric vehicles. I'm not even giving you that this morning. That's a whole other topic. However, the innovation around transportation and mobility, we have all this venture capital in Silicon Valley, right? I'm a transportation planner. It's never been a more exciting time to think about how transportation will change. We need to harness those benefits. So what does it look like to have an autonomous shuttle that runs around a rural community and can pick up seniors, right? How would that work? So we got great tech, but we don't have great abilities to actually test that tech in real situations. We should be the test bed. We should be the innovator. This is the future of jobs, the future of job training and community colleges. And so that's the third cluster, which I'm really excited about, is trying to harness this sort of the future of technology and transportation and innovative mobility. Last slide, promise. Finally, we have a Youth Leadership Academy high school students. We pull them through a 6-month course about what is regional planning, why is it important, also what is planning, what's engineering, why are these jobs important, why is understanding the future of our region important. High school students are just incredible. I know we have a lot of El Dorado County students participate in this. We have applications open through November 4th. So just a few more weeks. And we connect these students to, yourselves, elected officials locally, state legislators, members of Congress. We take them to the Sacramento International Airport. We give them the behind the scenes tour, right? They get really excited. They actually understand that these are also just really great career pathways to work on infrastructure, housing, transportation, air quality, and all the rest of it. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so going back to one of my favorite subjects, affordable housing and the RENA numbers and all those kinds of things. So I just wanted to understand, is there an appeal process above SACOG? I mean, I know CalCog, but is there an authority above SACOG that could overrule a decision on distribution of affordable housing? And my point is, every area has a different growth rate.
Mm-hmm.
And even within our county, we have huge differences in growth rate, but we know our growth rate's been less than 1%. And that's with a market driven, here's what we can do in terms of expanding our housing inventory.
Yeah.
When you start trying to, from the state level, I realize SACOG is kind of the middle broker.
Yeah.
when you start with the understanding that our growth rate has been low for a reason, land values are extremely high. The cost of doing anything with CEQA on development is extremely high. The fees that the county has to impose in order to maintain our ability to function are extremely high. You stack all those things together and it almost says affordability is a slash down. You can't get there from here without huge subsidies. So my question is, when we receive our RENA allocations, if we feel they're inappropriate, is there an appeal process above SACOG that we can take those? I know we can appeal to SACOG, but is there a body above that you can appeal to? It's probably not the state legislature.
Yeah, I think Southern California has been through this experiment recently, and what I'd like to do is either come back to all of you or provide you some kind of intel on how that's going. It's basically lawsuits. Don't know that I would advise it, right? And I'm not saying that RENA is great and that everybody, it's not. I know people, it feels a little like hard to take. However, right, I think the fact of the matter is we have a serious affordability crisis in our region, and you all know that. The question is, how do your kids and grandkids manage to be able to afford to live either in Colorado County or anywhere else, right? And so there's a combination of things we have to tackle. I mean, really, really happy to see Placerville's got its first affordable housing projects in a long time, right, happening. They are too hard. I mean, we understand that. So it's a simple and good question with a not necessarily a straightforward answer. I mean, basically yes, but ... So I'd like to give you a little bit more of an analysis than I can this morning. But I do think, what I didn't show you this morning, right, is we have been underproducing housing in our region for a long time. And that has really caught up with us. It's not to say there aren't other requirements and other kinds of mandates that make housing more expensive. And that accumulation of the underproduction of housing has really come back to bite us. And we are trying to not just produce any kind of housing, because sure, we'll take any kind of housing in terms of the housing crisis, but also housing in the right places, housing to maintain your community character, accessory dwelling units, right? Missing middle housing, like all of those things. We kind of don't have many tools in the toolbox at the moment, and we need to provide some more tools for you.
So let me continue that discussion. There is an effort that's been going on in El Dorado Hills for well over 2 years now to look at incorporation. There was a request made to SACOG to determine what would be the RENA allocations for an incorporated city of El Dorado Hills. To me, that was highly speculative. It's going to be driven by what the boundaries are. What those kinds of impacts mean is that the boundaries shrink down to the point you don't have transit stations within because you have to look at where could that housing go, right? And so those allocations in part are influencing the speculative allocations are influencing the public's interest in pursuing incorporation, forming a city or a town. And I think that is totally inappropriate, because what it does is for people who are on the fence, they're going to say, oh, this is big government coming and harming us even more. Let's leave it at the county level. To me, that should not be a consideration. So RENA and how that get distributed and speculative numbers put out into the public, in my opinion, are not helpful. So
I hear your concern. It's not, I've heard that for a while, but can I just step back from that though? Sure. And just because in addition to transportation mobility, right? And I didn't get into this, but in terms of economic prosperity, right? And that we actually have a very, we have a lot of divides and we have a lot of disparities. The notion of economic mobility, right? How do you get out of the bottom 20% of income earners and go up? One of the best ways you can do that through research is living in a community that is opportunity rich, as you would call it. I would call El Dorado Hills an opportunity rich area, right? So that is not to say that, RENA works or doesn't work, but I would say the more housing options we can provide in resource rich areas, the better people will do. That is proven. So how do we help you? How do we help the county or anybody actually provide housing options in places where you've got good schools, good jobs, right? Resource rich areas. Because that is, I will show you the data. It's kind of compelling.
I appreciate that. So I appreciate your candor on all this. And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to say, sitting back and looking at what's happening, it does influence a lot of things.
Supervisor Thomas said this, right? We have to have these kinds of discussions and these important policy debates, right? And I'm not going to sit here and defend any kind of state regulation because it usually doesn't work for us, right?
Mhm.
But what I am going to say is we have to take those goals, I think, that are sometimes well-intentioned but poorly implemented and figure out how that translates locally, right, on behalf of our region. And that sometimes means we've got to make our own trade-offs
Right, exactly.
in our own hands.
So two quick things,
What, can I get somebody else in here though? Because I think Supervisor.
quick things and then I'm done.
Okay, they weren't quick, but okay.
A Transportation Commission, we're always looking at what do we need, and transit as well. I serve on both of those boards. Having to be chair of both of those boards. We're trying to look at regional planning and how do you make the roads work and stuff. What is SACOG's ability to influence Caltrans in terms of getting road expansions, capacity improvements when they're absolutely necessary, like along Highway 50, that are state and absolutely necessary from the standpoint of the tourist traffic? So can SACOG be influential with Caltrans? We try to do it through our Transportation Commission primarily, and we have a moderate degree of success with that. But can you help us in that area?
Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good with Woody
Okay, all right,
Gloria at
so-
the helm.
all right. So last question.
Well, okay.
Go ahead. Well, can we take a minute?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
We cannot afford all the highway capacity. There's no way that we can afford all the highway expansions. We cannot, right? So the question is, how do we provide more capacity at cheaper cost?
Right.
And
Agreed.
I applaud you for the trip to green. It may not be your permanent solution, right? But we have to come up. I worked in the Bay Area for a long time. If you've paid the $7, $8, $9 bridge toll, that's the revenues they generate. We don't have those revenues here. We are not a wealthy region. We have to be lean and thoughtful and creative in our problem solving. And I don't win popularity contests by going out and telling people this. We cannot afford all the stuff we say we need. We cannot afford all the Caltrans expansions. That not to say there aren't some that are really important, but so yes, we can, and well, please, I mean, I work with Woody very closely, but we can do a lot with Caltrans. But we have to ask ourselves, this is our job across the region, what do we actually have money for?
Yep.
And how can we solve things smarter to get the same outcome with less resources? Because we don't have a lot of other choice.
So last subject, broadband, middle mile, Caltrans responsibility.
Yeah.
Can SACOG influence the priorities? We're ready to go with a lot of middle mile infrastructure.
I'd love to talk to you about
We've got a
that.
strategic plan.
I'd love to talk to you
How
about that.
do you get to the elevated position of go ahead of the rest of the pack? Because we're ready.
Let's sit down. I can't problem solve from the dais with you,
Understand.
but
I'm just setting
since
the tone.
No,
That's
no.
all.
I love it. I mean, look, and broadband is a key piece of infrastructure, right? That is sometimes as valuable as filling a pothole because of what it provides people. So Valley Vision is our partner on this.
Yep.
We participated in a bunch of the middle mile stuff. I'd love to sit down and have that conversation about how we can help.
And we have a consultant that might be the right place to connect because
Yes.
with all our engineering plans and stuff is already in the works. And then Supervisor Nosa, you don't have a button, so I'm just checking in with you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, James, for the presentation. Again, I sit with TRPA on their board, and I actually am the representative to CalCog. So I'm aware of all the issues we have. I think one of the biggest is climate change, and the state is pushing for us to do more with climate change, which necessarily affects where we can go with transportation, because we were supposed to be lowering our VMDs, our vehicle mile transits, and it's very, very difficult. What do you see again regionally? What are we missing? Because financially, we can't, the same thing up in Tahoe, we've got this issue. We can't make a bigger highway. It's just, we're not
Right.
going to blast Highway 50 and make it a 4-lane road to Tahoe. And yet we have these issues, and
Yeah.
that's that connector that we're missing.
Yeah.
And then financially, I'll just throw in here is, we're looking at all kinds of ways to be able to pay for our CIP, our projects that we need to help improve our transportation, to get people out of their cars once they get up to Tahoe and get them into a bus. And you just can't get there without the help of state and federal money, which means that we have to, ante up a little. And it's just really, really frustrating. What do you see? Because in CalCog, that's a discussion we're having every time we meet is, where do we go? How do we get that money? If we're going to stay lean and mean, then you're not getting the money you need for the transportation system you want. So where do we go?
So,
Easy for me
no,
to
you-
say,
you've-
huh?
you've-
Yeah.
you've basically encapsulated the challenge of my job and SACOG's job in one question. I think we have to have a regional vision. We have to be on the same page. We have to flex our advocacy muscle at the state level and the federal level. We need, I think, desperately an interconnected bus transit network So speaking of things we can't afford, and I'm not making friends with this either, but we cannot afford to put light rail all over the floor of the basin of the Sacramento Valley. We promised it to too many places. Maybe we can get to Natomas, maybe we can get to the airport, maybe we can get to Elk. We cannot afford, right? But we can afford is actually a really great bus network that feels like you can just step on a bus, close your eyes and get to where you need to go. A combination of express bus up and down 50, microtransit in the basin, right? Things you're already trying, a lot of consumer incentives, and that we have to put ourselves on the state's radar to become in some ways a pilot, to win funding. Because one of my biggest frustrations among many is when people say Sacramento around the state, they mean the state capital, right? Then they sort of wag their finger, maybe rightfully, but they don't think about our region. So we have all this attention that goes to other places other than our region, which is partly our job, is to put our region on the map, right? And have people understand why we're worthy of investments. The other thing I would just say about the reductions, it sounds like you're all very well schooled in this. Thank you, CalCog. The reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled will largely come from a smarter growth pattern on the valley floor and in the existing urbanized footprint. That is already where we get a lot of that from. And Supervisor Heidel, that is why I was talking to you earlier about the Southeast Connector.
Yes.
Right. So that was the promise that we were trying to articulate in the blueprint in 2004. I think we need to kind of recommit to that. We have sort of turned the spigot off of we believe there's all these think of all the old retail strip malls that are now going vacant. Think of all the old commercial corridors that looks like they haven't had an investment in them for 50 years because they haven't. So we could actually re-envision those and reinvest in them, but there's all these barriers, per your point earlier, that actually get in the way of that. We get more people living closer to schools and jobs and shopping. Those vehicle miles traveled go down. We shouldn't ask for it all to come out of El Dorado County.
And it's rurally, it's the most important issue we have, because you can talk about housing and transportation all day, but if you don't get to where the state's going to fund you anything, unless you get to their requirements, which is exactly what we're talking about, then you're not getting anywhere. So very frustrating, especially for rural communities. We can't meet those VMTs. There's no way. So, right.
That's why we're a 6-county region. Honestly, no, I'm serious. The 6-county region is the right geography for us to achieve those state targets, because just one county alone can't do that, right? And that's why the things that happen in the other 5 counties are so important.
Right. Thank you.
Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, I appreciate the dialogue. And as far as the rural issues, poor James and our SAGOG staff, I beat that drum all the time.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'm here to.
I do. And it's such an important part of the conversation, though, that as policies are brought down from the state of California, it is so critical that as we work regionally to address the really tough issues in our communities, that we recognize that there's not a one-size-fits-all solution, and funding has to also be applicable in rural regions that work for us, recognizing that our needs, our inequities are very different than what is seen in urban settings. And I so appreciate, I know EDC is, they are El Dorado County, so they get us when it comes to regional planning. But I also so appreciate SAGHOG's. They get us too, because they have a lot of the SAGHOG regions is rural regions, and so they have been very effective, I believe, in advocating for us in their strategic plan, in all of even their race and equity work, to recognize that our inequities are different here in El Dorado County than in urban areas, and recognizing within SAGHOG policy our very diverse region. And so I think that's a really I appreciate that about SAGHOG. I also think this is great preliminary conversation for the blueprint process, which is what today's presentation is all about. This is such important work before us. And I remember in 2004 as a citizen taking part in the blueprint meetings that came up here, and it was a really exciting, engaging process. So that's my question to you today, James, recognizing that we are incredibly blessed by the partnership of the El Dorado County Transportation Commission and SAGHOG working in coordination to serve our community. Can you explain a little more about what this community engagement process will entail? What will it look like? Like, you know, are we just talking about, you know, one meeting or meetings throughout our communities? So that's my first question, kind of, because our community, this dialogue is very important to our community. Our community wants to talk about our housing challenges. They want to talk about our quality of life. They're afraid that the numbers coming down from the state of California are going to impact our rural way of life. And yet we recognize that if we don't plan, we will fail. So recognizing we have to have these really hard conversations in ways that work for our county. And I really look forward to that process. So explain a little more about what the community engagement process will be. And my second question is, then following the 6-region engagement at a community level, when we bring it back to the SAGHOG board, what will our engagement process look like? Do you see a series of perhaps board workshops where we get around the table and wrestle with all of the input from all the communities? So those are my loaded questions.
Those are great questions. Those are great questions. You know, in terms of the local community engagement, I mean, in some ways, I would open it up to what you think might work here in the county, right? But as I said, what we don't want to do is just show up again next year at your board meeting or have a hearing in downtown Sacramento or Placerville, right? We would like to get out. And so we think you and ADCTC and your nonprofit community and, you know, probably know best where those events are taking place, right? So where people are gathering for any reason, we'd love to get your insights into. We can't do a ton, but we would love to get, you know, we'd love to try to get a good cross section of your county. You know, farmers markets, antique fairs, you know, shows, festivals, whatever it may be, right? So I mean, I think we are still forming what this actually might look like, and we're hoping for this, again, this extension of 2025, so we have a little bit more time to do that, perhaps over the summer months next year. And then in terms of the board, I think it's also a great question. We were thinking workshops, right? We were, absolutely thinking multiple sort of cycles of board meetings, and understand that even these kinds of formats probably don't lend themselves perfectly to kind of, you know, metaphorically rolling up your sleeves and understanding what's at stake and how to move forward and sort of what the future kind of growth strategy for the region should be. So we're right now talking about exactly what that looks like for next year. No, I don't have the answers for you,
well, good.
but I appreciate the question.
And I'll look forward to working with, you know, all of you in figuring out what will work best for different communities to engage them in this important dialogue. So.
Yeah, and to follow up on that just really quick is our public health director was here talking about they're going out with our community health survey to our community festivals and Pope Mark, and I think they're getting really good engagement.
Good.
So we'll see in a month or so how that went. But I think that taking your outreach to where the people are, because people just don't want to go to another meeting. It's just creating meetings for people to work to come to. It just doesn't work. So I like that strategy. And then two, when it comes back to us, perhaps consider, we've done our strategic planning in a bigger environment over at the fairgrounds in a workshop kind of thing with all that stuff. And it's really engaging and it's been going really well. So it's another thing to consider. So Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just wanted to, one of the things that you put on there was environment. So what are you guys are doing to help the environment or reduce a lot of the emissions that's going on? Because, you know, right now, when you go in to have your smog done, it's plug and play because there's zero emissions coming out the tailpipe. That's why they don't do it anymore. So one of the big things that is particulate matter, and what these horrific fires, you know, one day puts out more particulate matter than all the vehicles and trucks in the state of California in 1 year. So that's something I think that we need to work on is basically reducing these horrific fires that we have, because it impacts all of us is what it does, especially when it comes to health.
Yeah.
So have you guys addressed any of those issues, or can you explain some of it? What you've done?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think in terms of the what comes out of the tailpipes, I appreciate your comment that maybe cars are cleaner than they've ever been before, right? But if you add it up across the 6-county region, we still have quite a bit of air pollution coming out of the transportation sector. And our air quality is kind of just on the edge of sort of federal air quality conformity standards. So we have to pay attention to that. If you add that up across all the vehicles we have and the increasing number of vehicle miles traveled, we are required by federal law and by state law to reduce the carbon emissions out of tailpipes. Like just, that is what we have to do.
A lot of it is in the older vehicles is what it is, because the dyno test is from, usually it's 96 and older, that they are the ones that require tailpipe emissions tests.
And that's where I would say, Supervisor Turnbull, we work very closely with a lot of the air quality management districts. So on a more kind of short-term basis, what's the fleet look like? How's it turning over? Where are the dirty engines? We do provide grant monies to actually accelerate those engine retrofits or turnovers, but we're more looking at sort of aggregate tailpipe emissions over a longer period of time. Number one. Number two, on sort of disaster preparedness and wildfires, it has been on our board's mind for a long time. So we have a program that's pretty unique called the Rural Urban Connection Strategy, which is actually to understand how rural economies and urban economies in our region specifically are actually dependent upon one another. Just on Friday at the opening, which took years, of Yolo County Food Hub, and it is an aggregator and a processor of all the local farms there that are actually finding markets locally. So the food that's grown here can stay here and actually reach market. We only get about 2%, consume about 2% of our locally grown food, and we grow most of the food for, I don't have to tell you that, the United States. But also in terms of our rural urban connection strategy, we have been really interested in what can we do. We've had workshops, and I know Supervisor Thomas may have been before your time. We have a land use and natural resources committee where we've had some folks come from the Forest Service and, you know, talking about wildfire management, right, and forest management. We did a great tour a couple of years ago, actually with Supervisor Veerkamp at the time, up to the forests. I would say it's of real strong interest to us and our board, because we know this is one of the challenges we have, and we know that better forest management is one of those answers. I don't think yet we've like gone full on in there, because there's a lot of other players in that space. It's a little bit like homelessness. We don't work on homelessness. We work on supporting you all in terms of housing and affordable housing. It's an issue. In other words, it's an issue of great importance. And what our job is to figure out where could we add value on things like wildfire management and preparedness. But happy to, I mean, I'm on a lot of teams back in DC where we go kind of make those pitches, right, to the feds. They need to do more. They need to be more helpful and better partners.
Yeah, one of the things I was talking about way back when is starting a coalition for responsible living, and basically working with the environment, and that's something we need to look towards the future, because it's getting bad is what it is.
Yeah. And I know you all have done a lot in defensible space. And we have another nascent effort going actually around climate change, disaster preparedness, and seeing if we can actually, again, unite forces across our 6-county region to try to get more grant money in here from the feds to do better mitigation and management. So.
All right, is everybody ready for some public comment?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat, James. Thank you. And we'll see if there's any follow-up questions after public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Nobody? Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good morning. It's still morning. James, nice presentation. I wanted to focus my attention on slide 15 of 17. It's our path forward, the prosperity strategy. I noted the logos that you had on the bottom of the slide. Specifically, Supervisor Heidel and I just were part of a tour of what is called the California Mobility Center. And specifically, the California Mobility Project has a logo, and it's not on your slide. My question is, why not? And have you had any discussion with the California Mobility Center? But essentially, it's a public-private collaborative whose goal is to accelerate innovation and commercialization of new products, sources, and technology in the clean mobility space. The California Mobility Center is focused on creating an ecosystem of entrepreneurs, large and small business, investors, and academia to build world-class companies. We've been talking about the potential of the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor, as you know, 53 miles from Butterfield Station through Folsom up to Missouri Flat, actually beyond that, but in terms of trackage or railroad, that's the space. The Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority are those four agencies, some of which are your members, I believe, and they are also looking at what the future holds, not for just trails, but for rail. And when we look at the future of rail, we're also looking for the electrification of the rail. That is fuel cells, solar panels, and battery backup. Also, electric power generation is an important topic, and also the Amtrak Capital Corridor from Sacramento to San Francisco. These are a couple more of the things that I was thinking about as you made your presentation. Thank you very much, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of work that we need to do in order to augment and make it even better than what it is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hear me?
Yeah, hi, Mandy.
Hi. So this is an interesting conversation. I just kind of got in towards the last end, but the other day I was driving down 50 and I watched this logging truck leaving our county. And when we talk about farmers markets and keeping food local, like, heck yeah, I'm all for it. It's actually a very nonpartisan thing. And when I see these logging trucks leaving our county, I see the tires getting worn off. I see emissions, burning up unnecessary fuel, where it could be going to our local mill, where we could be employing people locally that wouldn't have to do these big commutes. They could literally just drive up the street, up the road, up to Pollock Pines instead of to Sacramento and these other places. Like, there's so much opportunity in reopening our lumber mill. And I think that it's just a no-brainer if we really care about our environment. Those kind of things really bother me. And I really would like to see us focusing on reopening our mill. It would just be so great for our economy and the people of this county. So, I hope that's kind of valid in this conversation. Another thing is, we talk about emissions and wasting emissions, the whole IC project with the whole remove garbage disposal thing. It's like, we're creating 3 more problems to deal with one problem that I'm concerned isn't really a problem. And so, if we have to add extra routes to pick up the organic waste, we're adding extra drives on our already failing streets, especially because I live in Placerville. So we're wearing out more tires. We're adding full new routes. And that is an impact on the environment. So it's like we create 3 problems to solve one. And it's really disheartening to see that, and people just not even wanting to think about what other problems are we creating by making people separate their trash or taking our logging out of our county. So anyway, interesting conversation, and I'll go back.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
If I could, I'll just respond to Mandy's comments really quick, because as far as the mill in Camino, there is a lot of effort right now We actually approved on our consent calendar this morning, a letter to support SMUD's effort at a biomass facility. And we hired a consultant to specifically look into that. So our county is on board. It's in our strategic plan. So yes, we agree with you wholeheartedly on that. As far as the organics thing, that's SB 1383. All the counties, rural counties are struggling with it. And that was a state mandate. And we don't need to talk about that anymore, but yeah, we were mandated to do it. They did not give us any money. And it's been difficult for the rural counties.
And none of us like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, thank you for that editorial. We don't like it either, but sometimes, you know, the state does stuff that we don't like. And then if I could, James, could you, Chris Payne asked about I think it was, I didn't write it down until after, but the California Mobility.
Yeah, California Mobility
Thank
Center.
you.
I appreciate the question. We love that idea. That's actually in the prosperity strategy. The regional economic prosperity strategy calls out for standing up that California Mobility Center. So we've been partnering with GSEC and SMUD, and actually would love to do like a board tour there, and hope that that money gets into the actual facility on the Sac State campus. But that is exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the spinoff on the future of transportation tech.
Very good. All right, thank you. So with that, I think good conversation, everyone.
Can I have just one more comment?
Yeah.
It was kind of triggered by Chris Payne's comments. Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor, great trail system if we can get the funding to develop appropriately. But rails and trails, that's where they come together. And there's been a major effort going on in the county. We're currently doing a new survey to try to understand what is the integrity of the existing infrastructure, how much work would it take, and then that's supposed to lead hopefully into a master plan of how that configuration gets developed. So I'm hoping that through Woody and our Transportation Commission, we can stay in communication about what our plans are to get those integrated in this regional trail plan, because that's going to create tremendous opportunities for families, for youth, for a lot of people to participate in a rural environment and just go out and exercise and have fun. So
Really, I think exciting corridor and exciting opportunity. I don't know enough about the viability of the rail, right? I'll leave that to others.
Right.
I would just say, if you can get a paved trail through that corridor, it is a game changer and it's a legacy project. It is going to be phenomenal. So however we can help.
excellent.
Very good.
We'll come and reach out.
Thank you for that. Well, and there's going to be more to come. So the outreach is coming, the follow-up meetings are coming. It was all in there. So we're looking forward to it.
Appreciate that. I will say you've had the most engaging conversation. And I love all my boards and councils equally. But this is the most engaging that we've had so far. So thank you for that.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
All right, with that, is everybody good for, we'll just move along?
move
Okay,
on.
so we're gonna move into item number 20, Kim.
Item number 20 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office Parks Division recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution, 1, revising park fees, 2, authorizing the parks manager to increase the park fees annually, and 3, authorizing the parks manager to add park amenities or new park locations to the parks fee schedule. Treasurer Parlin, could you please open the
Oh, that's right. I open the public hearing.
Good morning, Vicki Sanders with the Chief Administrative Office Parks Manager. This item is finally to you, and I say that because these fees have not been raised or even assessed since 2011. It was one of the things that was on my list when I took over as Parks Manager. And unfortunately, with staff turnover, I could not get to it. And with the help of our administrative office and the administrative unit, Central Services, they were able to help us get to this point. So I want to thank Carrie and her team for helping us put this data together. One of the things that we did find as we were putting this data together, the reason they had not been raised since 2011 was we didn't have a process. Instead, when we would bring on a new park or a new park amenity, we'd come to you to add that amenity and maybe the cost. So this year it was done differently. It was done more with ball fields or X amount, parking is this amount. And it gives me the ability that when we put a new shade structure out at Henningsen Lotus Park, we can actually charge for it, where before we could not. Forebay Park is another perfect example. We couldn't charge for that because it was never in the fee schedule, and we could never get to that point because of my workload and staff turnover. So this resolution should solve those problems for us to where we're able to do a CPI increase annually and be able to keep up with our competitors. So if there are any questions between Carrie and I hope we can answer them.
Anyone questions? No, I do have one, and I emailed Vicki this morning because last night when I was looking through this, I remembered correspondence, I think is the right word, lots of correspondence with a particular constituent regarding, specifically it was about Henningsen Lotus Park and the fact that we've historically called it an annual pass, and this person pointed out, and they weren't wrong, and it got us to thinking, calling it an annual pass may not be the technically correct term, because my understanding is when you buy it, you're just buying it for, let's say, 2022, no matter when you buy it in the year. So that's technically not an annual pass, because you don't get it for a full year if you don't buy it in January.
Year long, but not annual.
Yeah, well, it could be only a 6-month thing, if you buy it in June.
Okay.
Yeah, see, and so this person, I actually did some research and looked at, I think, state parks and national parks, and I went, you know what, they're not wrong. So I think we changed it and called it something different.
And I can't remember what that is, to be perfectly honest with
darn
you.
it.
I know. And I went back and looked at the emails after I
Okay.
got yours, and it was in 2020. And this individual had purchased a pass in July, and she was upset because it would only be for 6 months, because our passes go from January 1st to December 31st. We offered to, refund her money, but because we don't have kiosk staff at every entrance of the parks, it's just an annual thing. But we did, she was not wrong. I'm not disagreeing in that, but I can't remember through every email, we did not come up with what we should call them. So I looked this morning. So if any suggestions, I'm open, but
That's one thing. I think we just took out the word annual and we just
Okay.
called it park pass. And then that way, no matter when they buy it, it's still park pass. That doesn't change.
and the term can be in the brackets. So because I don't want someone to buy something that they don't realize what the term is.
Right.
So that's, I would like to be totally transparent. So I am open.
I would like to avoid this issue coming up again, because this was coming up every year since I got in office, and it's like, it'd be nice to stop that. And it could happen if we're doing this countywide for all of our parks, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So can we just strike the word
I'm
annual
fine with
in
that.
the resolution, and it'll just be a park pass? Does that work?
Should I put though in the resolution, David, should it be in the resolution though, what the terms of a park pass are? Because if we don't identify the terms, does that matter?
The only time it really shows up is in the fee schedule itself, where it's described as an annual parking pass. I think we're just talking a function of terminology and not an actual change in substance. So I don't see a need to change the resolution itself.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
Thank you for that, because sorry, I didn't think about it until last night. I was going, oh, wait a minute. I remember this, and I just didn't want it to keep coming up every year.
No, you were
so.
right. I have to be honest. I looked through and I was like, I have no idea what we came up with. It must have been really good, but I could not remember. We didn't document it. So
Perfect. So we can just do that here in our conversation. County Council, just strike out the word annual, right? And that's not a big deal.
Yes, I think it'll obviously be incumbent on Vicky to make sure this is properly communicated to people coming in to pay, so they understand that they are getting a pass that doesn't account for 12 months, but rather for the duration of that particular calendar year.
Right.
yes.
But I don't believe that that's a change in the substance of what's presented to you, rather just a change in the language used as part of the fee schedule itself.
Come early and get more bang for your buck.
Yeah.
That's it. Well, and we're selling so many because so many people discovered us through COVID.
Yeah.
That we really sold a lot of park passes in 2020 and 21. So it is, but they're used to state parks. When you purchase a state parks pass, they put the month and the year on it, and it is 12 months, but they also pay $125 for it.
Yeah. So
There
we
is
have
that.
a deal no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
But David just gave us the descriptive terms, calendar year pass, park pass.
I do see in the fee schedule, it describes the unit for the particular fee, where it currently describes those as a year. And so I might suggest striking annual from the description and instead including calendar year as part of the unit.
I think that's the best description.
Okay. That works.
Yeah.
Vicki, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Per participant fee for the profit event surcharge, and it's the El Dorado Trail. Is that for the train? Is that what that is or no?
No, it does not. I have no fees on there for rail use. What that is we have a lot of people that come up and sponsor like 5K run, 10K runs.
Oh, okay.
And so
All right.
we've not been charging for it. So it really impacts our trails.
Right.
We make them get in, at this point, they would pay the $20 application fee and get us insurance. But now you've impacted the trails for all of our regular users
Right.
because we've got a 5K run that people have actually paid to be in that event. So
Okay.
this is trying to reduce,
I
get
just
some of that
wanted a
revenue.
clarification on it. No,
And the
thanks.
city, I believe, has that fee.
Yeah.
So we did not in ours, so they wouldn't pay when they hit city, then they had to pay and then they didn't. So it was-
Yeah. Okay.
we were just getting on board with our partners.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow, great job. It
Yeah.
took a while, huh? But
It
this looks
did.
really good and it's all consistent throughout the parks.
I
and
know,
that's
I
gonna be
thank Carrie,
nice.
their group did fabulous and I can't thank them enough for helping me because I couldn't get there. I'm honest with you.
Okay, then let's get some public comment and we'll get this adopted.
Now taking public comment on item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. And there is no public comment.
Wow. Well, with that, I close the public hearing. And then County Council, do you want the changes that we made in the motion? That needs to be in there, huh? Okay. Should I take a stab at it
Sure.
then? So let's see. So approve as recommended by staff with the change that the unit of year be changed to calendar year. And in the description, remove the word annual from the parking passes. I think that's clear enough. We'll give it a go.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry, when you say description, you mean the fee schedule.
Yeah, the description column in the fee schedule. Yeah, there's a description column. Yeah. And the other one's a unit column. So we have, yeah, okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Good work. Okay, so it is 11:18. I'll ask the board, would you like to tackle some of the closed session items right now? Yep.
I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. So the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 22, 23, 25, and 26. Anyone who wishes, as specified on the agenda, anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 22, 23, 25, and 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, we'll recess into closed session and we'll be back at 1 o'clock for open forum. All right, we're back from our closed session and from lunch. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Yes, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session and heard items 23, 25, and 26. Concerning item 23, on a 5-0 vote, the board accepted the notice of retirement from Charlene Carveth, Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures, effective November 30, 2022. That concludes my report.
All right, with that, Kim, we'll move on to open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Yep.
Hello. Good afternoon. Brian Carter, City of Placerville, speaking today regarding county's increasing reliance on state and federal grant dollars. Every week when I read the agenda, the consent calendar is almost always packed with items involving state and federal grant funding. This week's agenda alone contained over $4.5 million of state and federal funding coming to our county. Last week was an outlier. There was not a single grant dollar on the agenda, but the week before that, there was over 6 million. And the week before that was 3.7. It's an extraordinary amount of money for just 3 agendas. My concern lies in the fact that nearly every single one of those dollars comes with strings attached. Many of the strings pertain to policy objectives that the state wants to push into our local county and local county governments. Most of those policy objectives run contrary to the majority of the residents of this county. As an example, the targeted airshed grant for the County Air Quality Management District, item number 14 today, is full of language about environmental justice. The Home Safe and Bringing Families Home grants, items 12 and 13, for HHSA, both obligate the county to participate in controversial homeless programs in order to receive that money. Nobody in the county gets to vote on these decisions. In fact, nobody in the county even knows that these strings are attached or that these obligations exist. What I really like to see is way more transparency when it comes to these grant funds. The SACOG presentation this morning was another perfect example of that. It seems to me that SACOG's entire existence is to jump through hoops and navigate the requirements to qualify for grant funding. He even referred to it as winning the lottery. Public needs to be provided with full disclosure before a decision on grant funding is made that obligates the citizens of this county to increase state and federal intrusion. The belief by some in this county that every grant dollar needs to be pursued, regardless of the consequences, is both dangerous and irresponsible. Grant funding is not inherently evil, but it is a tool that special interests openly admit that they use to influence local governments. As a private citizen, I don't want to have to be the one to dig into the nuts and bolts of all these grants. What I would really like to see is a requirement for county staff, before they apply for or accept any state or federal grant, they should be required to disclose a list of every obligation or string that comes attached to that grant and present it to this board and thus to the citizens of this county. So you guys can make an informed decision about whether the consequences outweigh the benefits of the grants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. 244 years ago, our nation's founders declared resistance to tyranny as obedience to God. What we're dealing with today is a government that wants to suppress words about its corruption in order to keep the lies going. The only antidote is the truth and nothing but the truth. If government censors get their way, there will be no more First Amendment or Bill of Rights. This morning's Board of Supervisors meeting was no exception when number 18 was being argued amongst you. By the government's own definition, America's founders would be considered domestic extremists for the heavily charged rhetoric they used to birth this nation. Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin would certainly be placed on a terrorist watch list for suggesting that Americans should not only take up arms, but be prepared to shed blood in order to protect their liberties. Thomas Paine insisted it is the duty of the patriot to protect its country from its government. The right of free speech is the basis of all liberty. But the government doesn't care if you have a legitimate grievance. It doesn't care if your criticisms are well-founded. And it certainly doesn't care if you have a First Amendment right to speak truth to power. What the government cares about is whether what you're speaking or sharing has the potential to challenge its stranglehold on power. No matter what one's political persuasion may be, every American has a First Amendment right to protest government programs or policies with which they disagree. That includes petitioning government for redress of grievances and expecting a response to Public Record Act requests for information such as this one and others discussed during yesterday's Taxpayers Association meeting. Loyal American public officers uphold their oaths and take the concerns of the constituents seriously and thus respond in kind to constituents' communications. This morning, I quoted a portion of the Brown Act preamble. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. In your capacity as legislators, you committed legislative violence upon a constituent by failure to properly and constitutionally use your legislative authority to resolve my complaints and charges based on violations of the Constitution committed by members of the Board of Supervisors and other local officials. Your unlawful walkouts demonstrate your collusion with the Taxpayers Association and gross disdain for constituents, the Constitution, and due process of law. Your blatant word games are costing taxpayers too much in unnecessary lawsuits. That is not good governance. It is blatant despotism. If you have any comments, please make them now while I'm at the podium. And I do have a question of clarification. Did a closed session already take place without public input?
Millie will.
I'm just asking.
Well, we will answer after you sit down and we're done with public comment like we always do.
I'd like
Always
clarification, please.
We will.
Good afternoon. 2 weeks ago, I encouraged you to adopt a resolution, which is also attached here, affirming your oath of office, considering that you've appointed commissioners with pre-existing ties to extremist groups that planned and carried out the January 6, 2021 attack on our nation's capital. 3 individuals from those groups have already pled guilty to seditious conspiracy and are cooperating with investigations and trials. 1 person from the Proud Boys and 2 from the Oath Keepers. 5 Oath Keepers are on trial on seditious conspiracy and other charges at the moment. Last week, evidence showed that the leaders of the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys were sharing encrypted messages about their plans prior to January 6th and on that day. The evidence showed that there was a seditious network of groups whose common purpose was to use force and violence to stop Congress from fulfilling a constitutionally mandated act. That seditious network may also include the former president of the United States. 4 days ago, a congressional committee authorized a subpoena to him because they, quote, have assembled overwhelming evidence that you personally orchestrated and oversaw a multi-part effort to overturn the 2020 presidential election and to obstruct the peaceful transition of power, unquote. The subpoena asked for all documents and communications relating or referring in any way to the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys sent or received on the encrypted app Signal, among many more items. You already know it is a California felony for you to advocate for seditious acts or other unlawful means to overthrow the United States government. If you wish to test your advocacy through extremist appointments in court against witnesses and an unrefuted public record, a conviction is punishable by up to 3 years in jail. And under federal law, the punishment includes imprisonment for up to 20 years. You are on the wrong side of the seditious facts, already pled to by groups linked to your appointees, and on the wrong side of the law that includes your oath of office obligations. Your oath is the only condition of your office. It's a legal duty prescribed by state and federal law to support and defend the United States Constitution from those who unlawfully sought to replace it by force and other unlawful means on January 6, 2021. If you cannot say or do that to actually demonstrate some constitutional defense without any reservation or evasion, then it is time for you to resign. And if you truly believe in the unlawful acts of January 6th including the deaths of 4 police officers who fulfilled their duty, have the personal integrity and courage to say so, and then immediately resign because those beliefs are incompatible with the office that you hold. You're all responsible for lowering the bar of El Dorado County into an extremist gutter starting last January. If you don't mind, it would be nice if you would raise it back up again higher than ever on behalf of the public interest. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 179.
Good afternoon, Board. Jonathan Gainsborough, 30U, and Placerville resident. I want to commend you all for the very creative and wonderful plan of using the former juvenile hall for the homeless for a navigation center. That showed not just your own humanity and your intelligence and your desire to care for the least and the last and the lost in our county, but it also showed the humanity of our county. Almost 200,000 citizens in El Dorado County. I still believe that most of them have no idea that we are 10 years behind the curve as far as having some type of year-round emergency shelter, specifically for the homeless. So the current plan is to see the navigation center opened in the former juvenile hall by January 15th. But before then, I want you to ask yourselves, how would you like your grandson or granddaughter to have slept out last Saturday amongst our 600 homeless in the county when the temperature dropped to 41 degrees and there was some precipitation as well? And so I really believe it is your responsibility and your duty, both as human beings and leaders of the county, to get some kind of shelter available before the navigation center opens, something temporary. If it is illegal to have your dogs as pets left out in snow and freezing temperature, is it not illegal to leave our brothers and sisters, our fellow human beings, out in freezing, really lethal, not just sickness inducing, but lethal? I'll never forget the lady who said to me after one of the Bible studies at the upper room, said, if I give you some money, could you let me sleep in your car? There are scores of your fellow humans tonight facing the nighttime approaching freezing. Please move toward a shelter and a safe parking for the homeless. God bless you all. You can do it. Let's see you do it now. God bless.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey, everybody. First of all, really quick, Sierra Harm Reduction, when he spoke a couple weeks ago, we had one of you guys, I don't remember who, but had asked about if fentanyl can be, if people could be exposed to it without actually ingesting it, smoking it, or whatever. And I don't know if you guys saw what happened up in Incline Village, up in Tahoe, but there were 5+ deputies that were they OD'd on fentanyl a week ago. And it was worse than what the paper reported. I actually spoke to somebody who's related to one of the deputies, and they all had to take multiple doses of Narcan to stop. They were passing out. So there's going to be more coming out about this, but it is very frightening. We could have lost 7 deputies to fentanyl exposure, and I don't even think they know how they were exposed, because the policy now I hear is to just bag up whatever drugs and send it to the lab to get tested. So they either inhaled or came into contact with it. Not sure. So that's something. The other thing I wanted to bring up is what's happening to county employee Todd White. I'm not sure if he is under investigation for cussing out Melody Lane. I'm sure most of you sitting up there actually was stoked that somebody came out and said some things to Melody Lane. Probably said a lot of things that you guys would have said. So when we talk about free speech, that there you go right there, First Amendment. Nothing happened to him then though. So I would assume he's been reprimanded right then and there when that happened. So I'm starting to feel like maybe this is a political persecution of somebody who is affiliated with a political group, the El Dorado County GOP. And I think that you guys might be upset that we, the El Dorado County GOP, makes effective letters and flyers. We are effective, and we were able to hopefully contribute to stopping the pop-up tent homeless disaster that you guys almost attempted, thus taking away millions out of your pocket. Like Mr. Carter said, a grant hustle. You guys lost millions of dollars, and now I feel that you guys are persecuting Todd for effective writing. Okay. Also, if we're going to fire Todd for cussing people out, Lori, you should probably step down, because I remember one day, Memorial Weekend, when you cussed me out, told me to F off, get the F out of your face, go to effing hell. And a lot of people saw it, Lori.
Yes, now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood, District 357. Who cares? Anyway, well, we do care. A couple of items. I'm wondering, number one, I mentioned last time around that we have no control over the undergrounding for PG&E, and we could have put in broadband cable, etc. Yes, we could have, because we are issuing a, albeit I'm sure, blanket encroachment permit, but they're tearing the heck out of our roads. And by the way, Sly Park Road from Pollock to Holiday Market, if you will, is a mess. And yes, they'll fix it ultimately, but I mean, it's like driving over wattles. Who knows? Okay, item 2. Apparently, fentanyl is smokable. That was an item a couple weeks ago. I'm still wondering why there's all this dry veg along Echo Road over there by the what's it called? The old HBO. Darn it! Home Buzzers Outlet is now the Snowline thrift store. Item 4. Still wondering why my 2-year-old complaint regarding a sign over on Bass Lake Road has not been acted on. I've not been contacted. That's code compliance. It's formal complaint. Item 5, wondering why I'm on Pioneer and paying them money each month, even though I never signed up for them. As I recall, and this is a question to the board, sounds like the Board of Supervisor enabled, if not mandated, this. Bummer. Item 6, kibble bites or kibibble bites, whatever they're called, megabytes on your Legislar items, downloading them. I just downloaded the Code of Civil Discourse. For some reason, because of all the graphics, it was 4 megabytes, not just KBs. It would be nice before I click on it, because I have a limited and metered internet connection. It would be really great to know what I'm getting into. I've asked for this many times before on the Legislar items. And finally, I 100% agree with Mr. Carter regarding the, I'll call it blood money, if you will, or whatever, payment to the, deal with the devil, there we are, related to all of these grants. And grant money is great, but it always has a hook. And I agree 100% that these should be fully disclosed early on in the process, and the board should review them and approve them prior to applications, period. I think that's a really good idea. Let's see. Too bad. See ya.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good afternoon, board. I had already submitted a letter personally on behalf of Mr. White and his performance.
Oh, wait, please stop for a moment, Kim.
Yes.
Stop. We already took comment on that and we did receive your emails. So.
Okay, no,
we're not going to take more comment on that item. That's already on our agenda.
Okay, I'm actually commenting on behalf of the concerned residents, of which I represent about.
It doesn't matter. We already took comment on that item. And we did receive your letter. We already did that.
I apologize, Lori. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. My topic is good governance, and I have 2 points to touch on. One is to praise your supervisors, staff, the office, the various assistants, and the various clerks. I don't know when is the last time you did a study concerning how much the public utilizes these different positions, and also in relationship to the growth of the county. But from my perception, you have a great bunch of people that are doing probably a bit much with limited resources. Like a subtopic is, I'm unclear, given that we have districts, because the majority of your offices respond to me, others, a minority doesn't, and some people have stated to me that you just should go through your one supervisor. My experience has always been that that's how one campaigns, and that's a priority, but you are a board and you are working with the entire county, and that it is a reasonable expectation from citizens that they can dialogue with each of the supervisorial offices. If I'm in error, that would be good to clarify. And then my second point has to do with public comment, and when the public, in my opinion, disseminates misinformation, sometimes personally about supervisors, sometimes about public policy. I appreciate how you try to answer direct questions. Again, in my experience, at times these points are recorded, and then at a subsequent meeting, the research is shared out with the public, because my research indicates that fentanyl exposure to powder and touching is basically kind of something that is not documented. There's been no actual overdoses. And in fact, there's training in different law enforcement about that, because sometimes in first responder crisis, folks have had adverse outcomes because nobody wants to, until they get full hazmat, to deal with the situation. Thank you for taking my comment.
Okay, that's it.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, County Council, can you address Ms. Lane's question about whether or not we took comments on our closed session items?
Certainly, I believe that the board accepted comments on closed session prior to recessing for closed session. I don't know, it was probably around 11:15, 11:30.
Recollection. So we did. And then.
Didn't have knowledge of that.
Please stop. Don't disrupt our meetings, Melody.
I'm not.
You were there. You were listening all morning. And then Ken Greenwood asked about, he had a litany, a long list, but the one that I caught was Bass Lake Road sign. And Supervisor Heidel, you said you weren't aware of that?
I mean, those complaints go to code enforcement, and I just
Okay.
recently asked for a list of the complaints in my district, and I got them, but I didn't get them by address or anything, so I have
Oh.
no idea where it is, so I'm asking for that definition.
Should Ken just contact your office
Little
then,
more
since it's in
transparency,
Bass
yes,
Lake? Okay, so
yes.
Ken, please contact Supervisor Heidel's office since
Yes.
it's in his district. And I
That was
think
2
that's
years
really the
ago.
only, I know, 2 years is like, oh, okay, so we'll have to probably start over, maybe, we'll see. And really, I don't think there were any other questions that could be addressed, just a lot of comments, and thank you. With that, we're gonna do our to and froms now. Is everybody ready? Who wants to jump in on
I'll be fast.
this?
I don't have a report. Thank you.
Wow, fast, and you didn't even need a button to do that.
I have a short report.
Go.
Okay, so on Wednesday, the 19th, I departed and attended the Cal LAFCO annual conference. It was held down in Santa Ana. A lot of good information ran from the 19th to 21st. Set up a lot like RCRC and stuff with group sessions and breakout sessions, roundtables is what they call them. But the most important takeaway for me was the mock fire district dissolution event, which was really well done, I thought, because they had an attorney there, they had a public member, they had a board member, they had a special district member, and they had this script of an artificial, made up fire department that was going to be dissolved. And they went through all the processes and SB 938 and a lot of really good discussion. The one major thing I got out of that is successor agencies, because if a fire department basically goes bankrupt, goes out of business, or CSD or any of those, it's a successor agency that has to take responsibility. And it isn't necessarily the county. So one of the things we're going to start looking at LAFCO is, do we need to identify the candidate successor agencies when we do an MSR? Because for a water district, for instance, if you take GPUD, right? That successor agency logically would be EID, not the county. I don't think the county wants to take over water operations. So we're going to have to talk to county or the legal counsel for LAFCO and get into some of that. But I think the earlier we can define that, the more important it is, because I can't see the county just taking responsibility for all these things. In some cases with fire districts, it might be CAL FIRE. So we really need to discuss that. So that was the major takeaway. Great program. Was attended by 4 of us from El Dorado County, including the EO, the assistant EO, and then a special district representative myself. On Thursday, I attended the Pioneer Community Energy monthly meeting. And the 2 primary things there were the integrated resource plan, which is the CPUC requirement. It's all about greenhouse gas reductions. It requires a plan to be submitted and to be certified by the CPUC. And the overall intent is 25 to 30 million metric tons of carbon reduction as a result of how we procure the energy sources for Pioneer. So I thought that was an interesting discussion to better understand that. And then the second discussion was about an energy prepayment transaction process, wherein you enter into a set of agreements, you prepay things, and with large buys, like we're talking about with Pioneer, ultimately we could save the ratepayers 10% in terms of those energy costs. So it's a bundling and it's a prepayment thing. And so I look at it, if you're buying wine, it's like buying futures. You get a discount by buying a future and you set yourself up. So, but again, I think a very interesting discussion. Then yesterday, both Don and I and several other participants participated in the annual California Identification Remote Access Network annual meeting. They're held once a year. There are 2 major services that are provided. One is mobile life scanning units, and we've defined those, and we're going to buy some additional units with this year's budget. And then the second activity was license plate readers. And so there was an action to authorize budget to purchase, I think it was 64 of them, if I remember right, new license plate readers that are distributed throughout the county. And the sheriff had a story about how that was instrumental in stopping and identifying somebody who had committed a crime in Amador County, but they went through an area with a license plate reader. They had the connection, they tied it down. They were basically able to approach the individual and basically under the due process of law, arrest them and process it in the El Dorado County Jail, as I understood it. So these things can be very, very helpful. But I'll just remind the board that we did pull back that $1 per registration fee. So we're now operating with a shrinking budget. We've approved a lot of it. So I'm not sure how long we're going to sustain that without having to ask it be renewed. But for right now, we're in good shape. After that, I attended the Human Rights Commission monthly meeting. And we discussed the final report for the homeless forum, and that's being put together. And I'm sure the summary will be presented to the board at some time. And then we also discussed the 2023 speaker series plan. So we talked about 4 different events, 1 per quarter, identifying key speakers, setting them up in a public location with Zoom connectivity and stuff to really have people tell their stories about what kinds of situations they've experienced in El Dorado County relative to human rights, I'll call violations or restrictions or something of that type, just to improve awareness and knowledge. And ultimately, is there anything that the Board of Supervisors could do that would be a recommendation, if any, from that Human Rights Commission? So most of the stuff I'm hearing is law enforcement related. It's not something, you know, the board could take action on, but we may get a nugget or 2 out of it. So that's the heads up. And that's it.
Very good. Keep rolling.
All right,
Yep.
keep rolling. I'm short. Enjoyed attending along with Supervisor Parlin, the El Dorado County Arts and Culture El Dorado event honoring Bill Roby for his 15 years of service in our county. And so it was a pleasure to be there. And if you remind, this event was supposed to take place in June, but it was canceled. So we were able to present the certificate from the certificate of appreciation from the Board of Supervisors that we signed in May.
Oh, that's
I know.
right.
So
No
we
wonder I
finally were
forgot about
able
it.
to present that to Bill on behalf of the board and with
funny.
appreciation for his 15 years of service in meeting the needs of our community. Had a great engaged SACOG board meeting, and a lot of the things that we discussed were presented today that I won't go over. But the major work that we accomplished this last week was that we finally formalized a lot of our foundational documents that we've been working on for about a year. And as noted in today's presentation, that they were challenging conversations, very difficult to craft foundational documents that reflect and can be effective in our diverse region. And we were able, I think, to walk that balance as much as possible. So, and then appreciate, once again, I know we have lots of monthly meetings with our staff, but just recently, yesterday, had my monthly meeting with building and planning, a lot of code issues, a lot of constituent issues that we were able to work forward, and just very much appreciate our staff and their engagement with us. So those are the takeaways.
Very good. Ready?
Yeah, I guess. Had a lot of meetings with staff and going over a lot of good things and stuff that's going on in the county. Also, I put a presentation a meeting together about reminding Union Mine. And what it's about is inducing steam in our landfill that would actually run a generator. The methane would run a generator to produce electricity for our county. So they were already doing it in Yolo County. So I brought that up to them. It would actually save us a lot of money, especially when we have to, go and inspect this thing every year, and it costs us about $500,000. So if we could do anything at all there, it'd be neat to be able to generate that to produce electricity, especially for homes or for our county. So we're kind of sitting back a little bit, and we're going to see how it performs down in Yolo County and maybe bring that forward later. Also, I got a letter. I don't know if you don't mind if I read it, but I got this letter from the Leone Meadows. And dear George Turnbull, I have started to write this letter many times. It seems that each time I got interrupted and let the matter rest. Well, my guilty conscience got the better of me this morning. So lucky you. Here's my thank you. The Caldor fire, as you recall, roared through Leone Meadows camp back in August of 2021. With that as a backdrop, I spent the next 2 months putting out spot fires, repairing wells, capping burn water lines, and many other jobs too numerous to count here. Early on, it became evident that I needed stuff to fight fire and refurbish the infrastructure so I could pump water and put out fires. The problem was there was a police line that hammered my efforts. I needed to get diesel, PVC parts, well parts, and a slew of other things to keep the place from burning down. That's when you so very graciously allowed me a permit to come and go for supplies. George, you and John are very truly brave men. I saw the reaction on Facebook the way the Caldor fire was handled. I, for one, have nothing but praise for local government response. I have a little issue in the way the feds handle it, but El Dorado County government treated us as humans. Thank you, sir. because you helped me get the permit to keep the camp running, we did not lose any additional buildings after the initial wave of fire. We were able to keep generators running and keep more than $20,000 of frozen food from spoiling. In short, I am sure you took a lot of flack. So please know that me and my staff of Leona Meadows will be forever grateful. You took a chance on us, and at least from my perspective, it was a home run. George, you restore my faith in government. Once again, thank you for taking time to make a difference in my life and the life of thousands of kids who still have a place to come at Leone Meadows. Blessings, Greg Hendricks. Yeah, that's very good. Touched my heart.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, I got a couple items. So last Thursday, I was at the Association of California Water Agencies, that's Aqua Region 3 program. It was called Water, Wildfire, and Wine in Murphy's. And during the wildfire presentation, it was noted that in the state of California now, there's strong support for biomass facilities, which I went, yay. There was quite a bit of talk about that, and the legislation that's coming out is supporting that and the funding. But the sad part about it was, in my mind, is that one of the reasons that the support is growing so quickly is because there was a report out, I saw it in the news headlines too, that said that the past 20 years of air quality improvements that have been made in the state of California were basically wiped out by all the wildfires in 2020. That didn't even count the wildfires of 2021. So I think that it's unfortunate, but that data and that report are really lighting a fire, but getting people going on understanding that we've got to take care of our biomass and our forest management. So it's encouraging to hear that, in like the letter that we approved this morning for SMEDS, biomass and all that, we're getting going. So that's the good part. And also there was a presentation during this event by the Calaveras County Office of Emergency Services Director. And it was really interesting to hear how their OES is structured and how they responded during a wildfire that they had. I can't remember the name of their fire, and their response, and more importantly, what they do when there's not an emergency, because when there's an emergency, it's kind of late to be making your plans and practicing and making relationships. So he talked quite a bit about that. I have his email and contact information because I want to follow up on that. I think that there's a lot of lessons learned that we could also use here in our county. And then on Friday, the next day, kind of following up, I attended the Mountain Counties Water Resources Association Board Meeting, and there was an update regarding some litigation. And this one's a little confusing to me, but I just thought it was noteworthy because it's, so the California State Water Resources Control Board, so it's just called the Water Board, was curtailing pre-1914 water rights. And I guess there was a group that sued them and said, you can't do that because these are sacred water rights. And they lost in court. They went to appellate court and they also lost. So now they're trying to figure out, are they going to try and take it to the Supreme Court or not? Probably won't take this. They're thinking that the Supreme Court won't take it. So then there's the potential for them to work on legislation to work around the court ruling. So water with the drought continuing and stuff is a big deal. So we're keeping an eye on this. It was kind of a victory, honestly, for everybody that has the pre-1914 water rights, but it's not over. And then just really quick, yesterday I just zoomed in to the Taxpayers Association meeting, and they had a subcommittee that presented kind of ideas of things that they're probably going to take to the Charter Review Committee. So I just want to give everybody a heads up that they had kind of a list, it seemed like, of things that they're going to take to the Charter Review Committee. And I don't know, I think the Charter Review Committee already has its hands full, but you never know what's going to happen. So that's all I have. Anything from the CAO's office?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
All right, we have one more closed session item to finish up. So we will recess back into closed session. Thank you.
I'm sorry, do you anticipate a report out? Did I miss that? Thank you.